ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಲಿದ್ದು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಹೋದಯರು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಆಗಮಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭೋದಯ. ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಶೇಷ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎನ್ ಬೋಸರಾಜ್ ಸರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ಸರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಏಕ್ರೂಪ್ ಕೌರ್, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭೋದಯ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇವರು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕುರಿತು 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವು ನಾಡಗೀತೆಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಚಾಲನೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಯುಗದ ಕವಿ, ಜಗದ ಕವಿ, ಕವಿಸಂತ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ, ರಸಋಷಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿರಚಿತ ನಾಡಗೀತೆಗೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. ಇದೀಗ ಜಗಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವರು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ವಿಶ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಕುರಿತು ತಿಳಿಯುವ ಪರಮಾರ್ಥವೇ ಪರಮಾರ್ಥ ಇದ್ದು ಕೂಡಲಮ್ಮ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವ ಇನ್ನು ಒಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವದ ಸಾಗರ ಭರಿತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳೋಣ ಈಗ.
ಯುಗ ಯುಗ ಈ
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ದೊಡ್ಡರಂಗೇಗೌಡರ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಂ ಡಿ ಪಲ್ಲವಿಯವರ ಸಂಗೀತ, ಅರಿವೇ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಮೂಲ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ದಾರಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ KSTಯ ಗೀತೆ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂಥ ಅತಿಥಿ ಮಹೋದಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಸಭಿಕರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಲು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AM ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ NS ಬೋಸರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ವಿದ್ಯುನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆಯ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ಅವರೇ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಣಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ S ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ ಅವರೇ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭು ಅವರೇ, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಅನುಸಂಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ನ ಅಂಗಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಗುಜರಾತ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್ ಅವರೇ, ಖ್ಯಾತ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಮತ್ತು ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SB ದಂಡಿನ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜಾಸಾಬ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಏಕನಾಥ್ ಅವರೇ, ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರೇ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳೇ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಹೊಸ ವರ್ಷದ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ, ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ has entered the 20th year of its establishment. Founded in 2005 under the chairmanship of distinguished space scientist and former chairman of ISRO, Padma Vibhushan, Professor U.R. Rao, and KST has created to promote STEAM education, science, technology, agriculture, engineering, and mathematics education at various levels, and to popularize science among the general public in the state. Since 20 years, we have had space legacy for nearly 14 years. After that, we had agriculture legacy for 3-4 years. And since 2 years, fisheries legacy is going on. KST has successfully implemented many science communication programs across Karnataka. It is a matter of pride to state at this juncture that in recognition of outstanding contributions, KST was awarded with the prestigious National Award for Outstanding Efforts in Science and Technology Communication by Government of India in 2022 with a cash prize of ₹5 lakhs. In fact, Karnataka Science and Technology is only the third institution in Karnataka to receive this honor. And KST has been, as I told, has been regularly organizing science conferences, symposiums, seminars, and many training programs across Karnataka. And this year, this is the 4th national conference, this financial year, 4th national conference that we are organizing under the able guidance and leadership of our Honorable Minister Bosaraj sir. Sir, thank you very much for all your help. And we wish to organize 4 more in the next 2 months. Our Honorable Minister has been giving a lot of encouragement for us. Yes. This conference was conceived in August to highlight the medicinal and aromatic plants crucial for promoting health. In fact, I am not a Ayurvedic or medical expert. I requested Dr. SB Dandin sir, immediately agreed, and he has been helping us in putting this conference together. As we know, from treating fevers to alleviating pain to improving digestion and boosting immunity, these plants have been trusted allies of humankind since time immemorial. The bioactive compounds derived from these plants have proven invaluable in human and animal health. For this conference, we have received overwhelming response from institutions engaged in research related to medicinal and aromatic plants, not only from within Karnataka, but also from neighboring states, including Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra. In fact, yesterday we had oral presentation competition wherein 56 presentations were presented, and out of that 4 will be selected for awards, and which will be given in the valedictory function. In fact, it is my great honor to warmly welcome the embodiment of simplicity, a visionary leader and a source of inspiration and encouragement, our Honorable Minister for Minor Irrigation Science and Technology, Shri Bosraj sir. On behalf of everyone present here, warm welcome to you, sir. I take great privilege in welcoming the young and dynamic visionary leader, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Shri Dinesh Gundurao sir. Welcome to you, sir. I take great privilege in heartily welcoming Honorable Vice Chancellor of UHS Bagalkot, Dr. Vishnuvardhan sir. In spite of his very busy schedule, he landed this morning from Bagalkot for this function. Welcome to you, sir. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome the Senior IAS Officer of the State and CEO of Kampa, Dr. Venkateshan sir. Welcome to you, sir. In fact, when we approached Kampa, immediately sir sanctioned grant for organizing this program. We look forward to many more such supports in future as well, sir. I am immensely pleased to welcome Dr. Manish Das sir, Director, ICR, Directorate of Medicinal and Aromatic Plant Research, Gujarat. All the way from Anand, Gujarat, he has come for this function. Welcome to you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome our source of encouragement for this conference, Dr. S.B. Dandin sir, the founder, Vice Chancellor of UHS Bagalkot, and a great source of inspiration to this program. I welcome the former esteemed members of KSTA, Chief Research Advisor of Ramaya University and former Vice Chancellor of Tumkur University, Professor A.H. Rajasab sir. And another esteemed member of KSTA, Director General of International Organization, Dr. A.E. Eknath sir, to this function. We have with us Senior IAS Officer and our esteemed Director, Dynamic Director. In fact, is our own person, that's why I have kept at the end. On behalf of everybody, I welcome you, sir. In fact, sir is the Member Secretary of KSTA and also the MD of KSTEPS, also Director of Science and Technology. Recently has taken over the charge of Director. With his visionary and dynamic leadership, I am sure KSTA would be able to organize many conferences across the state in the coming days. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. R.R. Rao sir, senior most eminent botanist to this function. And we have with us Dean of College of Horticulture, Dr. G.S.K. Swami sir, who has always helped KSTA in organizing programs. And Director of KSRSSE, Dr. N.L. Rajesh is with us. Welcome to you, Doctor. Dr. U.M. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Chandrasekhar B. Radhar, Dr. Dinesh Nagegoda, Dr. Madhav, and Dr. Prabhakar are with us. Welcome to you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to PS, to Honorable Minister, always simple, always friendly, always encouraging, Dr. Shri Hanchinal, sir. We have with us special officers, Shri Murli, Shri Rudresh, Shri Arun, Shri Sharano, to all of you to this function, and Dr. M.J. Prabhu, who has been helping us from Kampa. Welcome to you, Doctor. And also I welcome officers from our sponsoring departments, Kampa, Mysore, Soaps and Detergents, NABARD, SBI, CSIR, NBA, and other friends from media. With this, I am sure in the next 3 days, you'll be listening to 16 experts talking on different aspects of medicinal and aromatic plants. I'm sure it will broaden the horizon of our knowledge in medicine. My friend Dr. S.L. Jagdish is there. He's a ADR of our horticulture college. He is my good friend, that's why I've kept at the end. Welcome to you, sir. So with this, I welcome all of you to this inaugural and further conference. Thank you.
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರಿದಂಥ ತಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ತಾವಿಕ ನುಡಿಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ. ತುರ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿವರ್ಯರು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರು ತುರ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯನಿಮಿತ್ತ ತೆರಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಇದೀಗ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ. ತುಳಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಾಚೀನ ಔಷಧೀಯ ಪೂಜನೀಯ ಗುಣವುಳ್ಳ ಒಂದು ತುಳಸಿ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರೇಳುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿ ಮಹೋದಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯದ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯದ ಅಡಿ ಈ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂಥ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಬೋಸರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನೇಕ ಗಣ್ಯರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ಅವರು, ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟು, ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸದಾಶಿವ್ ಪ್ರಭು ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್ ಅವರು, ಹಾಗೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರ್ತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಭಿಕರೇ, ಸಹೋದರ ಸಹೋದರಿಯರೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯವರು ಈ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪತ್ತೇನಿದೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಅವರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಪರ್ಪಸಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಬಹುಶಃ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಮೇಲಿದೆ, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಬೋಸರಾಜ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಚಾಲನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಂತ್ರಿಮಂಡಲ ಸಚಿವರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಬೋಸರಾಜರವರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾನ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಒಂದು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹತ್ತಿರದಿಂದ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ವಿ ಲೀಡ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಟು ನೇಚರ್, ದಟ್ ಮಚ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್. ನಾವು ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಒಂದು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಆಹಾರ ಸೇವನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ರೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸಗಳು, ಹವ್ಯಾಸಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಹಾರ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳು, ಇದರಿಂದನೇ ಅನೇಕ ಹೊಸ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೊಸ ಅಂತ ಅನೇಕ ರೋಗಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಈ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಈ ಮಧುಮೇಹ, ರಕ್ತ ಒತ್ತಡ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಕ್ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಇದು ನಾನು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹತ್ತಿರವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಬದುಕನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅವರು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಆಹಾರ ಸೇವನೆ ಈ ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಇವ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇವರ ಆಹಾರ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಥರ ಆಹಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಆಹಾರ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ತರಕಾರಿ, ಜೋಳ, ರೊಟ್ಟಿ ಈ ಥರದ ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಿಟಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ಡ್ ಫುಡು, ಜಂಕ್ ಫುಡು, ಪಿಜ್ಜಾಗಳು ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಟೆಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು, ತಿನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೇ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಡೇಟಾ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು BP, ಶುಗರ್ ಇರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಕ್ಸು, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಾಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಎಕನಾಮಿಕಲಿ, ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ನಾವು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಬೇಕು, ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹತ್ತಿರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಇದು ಏನು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಗಿಡಮೂಲಗಳಿದೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಔಷಧಿಗಳು ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್. ಈಗ ಸಿಂಥೆಟಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಡಿನೈ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಡ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕು ಅನೇಕ ರೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಏನು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಗಳಿಂದ ಸಿಕ್ಕುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಪ್ರೋಚನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಈ ಔಷಧಿ, ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಇದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಿತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಆ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಆವಾಗ ಯಾವುದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟು, ಯಾವುದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ? ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಒಂದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ? ಇದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಪೋರ್, ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ? ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಇರಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋಗ್ತದೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇದು ಮಿಸ್ಯೂಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಈಗ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಅದರ ಆ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಪತ್ತೆ ಹಚ್ಚೋದು, ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಬೋತ್ ಕಾಸ್ಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಆಯುಷ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಅದೊಂಥರ ಈ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಬಿಗ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಈಗ. ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ, ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನೇ ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಈ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಗಳೇನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದೇನೋ ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅರೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಆ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಲಾಭ ಸಿಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ, ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಏನಲ್ಲ, ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡದೇ ಹೋದರೆ ಈ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ ಲಾಭ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೂ ಯಾರು ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಲಾಭ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಖಂಡಿತ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ. ಸೊ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಆಯುಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸಿನ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಆಯುಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅದೇ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಗಿಡ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಹೂ ಸಪ್ಲೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಖಂಡಿತ. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಬೋಸರಾಜ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯುಷ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರು ಈಗ ಇವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರೋ ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ. ಸೊ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಇದನ್ನು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ನು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ಆಯುಷ್ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಲಾಭ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿನೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಔಷಧಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಸ್ಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ನು, ಒಂದು ಯಾರು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟು ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅವರ್ ಪರ್ವ್ಯೂ. ಸೊ ಎರಡೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಲುಕ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಿಗೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಹೆಲ್ತು ಅದು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ತೊಗೋಬಾರ್ದು. ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನೇಕ ಕಡೆ ಪೂರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸಿಂದ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ದುಷ್ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಲಿ ಇಫ್ ಈಸ್ ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ಪೂರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್, ವೆದರ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಆರ್ ವೆದರ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಯುಷ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ದುಷ್ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನೂ ಆಗದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ, ಏನೋ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೆರಾಯ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನೋ ಬೇರೆ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟ್ರೈ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಚೀವ್ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬೋತ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಗೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡೋಣ ಮತ್ತು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡೋಣ. ವಿಲ್ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಯಾವ್ದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಒಂದು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾವು ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಔಷಧಿಯಪ್ಪ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಚೆಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ದೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ನೆಸೆಸರಿ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಅದು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಾವು ಸೇರಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆಯೂ ಹೇಳಿ, HMPV ವೈರಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಆತಂಕ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಆತಂಕ ಪಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ HMPV ವೈರಸ್ ಅದು ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ನ್ಯೂ ವೈರಸ್, ಓಲ್ಡ್ ವೈರಸ್ ಅದು. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಈ ಏನು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸಾ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಲ್ನೆಸಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ, IL ಅಂದರೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಿರೇಟರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವೈರಸಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ 1% ಈ HMPV ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದು ಭಾಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಬರ್ತದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಚೈನಾಲಿ ಏನೋ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಯಭೀತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಚೈನಾದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಥರ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವುಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆತಂಕ ಬೇಡ, ಏನೋ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಆತಂಕ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಇರದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಂದ ಬರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಶುಭವನ್ನು ಹಾರೈಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ವಿದ್ಯಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ರೋಗಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳು ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಸ್ಯಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿರುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿರುವ ಸವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವೇ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಂಚಿಕೆ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಈ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಂಚಿಕೆ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಕುರಿತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸೇವೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಣಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್. ಕನ್ನಡ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಮಾತಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರಿ ಇಷ್ಟ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ತಪ್ಪಿದರೆ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೋರುತ್ತಾ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸನ ಇರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತಾ, ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ನನಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಖುಷಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮದರ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ನ್ಯಾಚರ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ 25 years ಆಗಿದೆ. ಐ ಬಿಲಾಂಗ್ ಟು 19 batch ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಸೊ ನಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ, ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು, ನನಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಭಾರಿ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರಿ ಕಾಡುಗುಡ್ಡಗಳು, ಬರೀ ಏನು ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೂ ಭಾರಿ ಹಸಿರು ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ನನಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಈ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಐ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಆ ಥರ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅಣ್ಣಾಮಲೈ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಥರ ಬೇಡ. ಐ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಈ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ವಿತ್ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದು ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇದರ ನೇರ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷರಿ ನಾನೇ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾಟ್ ಟು ಫ್ರೈಟನ್ ಯು, ಮೈ ಸನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಫರಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್. ಈಸ್ ಡೌನ್ ವಿತ್ ಹಾಚ್ಕಿನ್ಸ್ ಲಿಂಫೋಮಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ಗೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಐ ಈಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ MBBS ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ತೇಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅವನು ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರಲ್ಲಿ +2 ಅಂದರೆ PU2 ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ವಾಸ್ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೈಸ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್. ನಮಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು, ದುಃಖ ಆಯಿತು. ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಟುಕ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಟು HC ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 6 ಸೈಕಲ್ಸ್ ಕಿಮೊಥೆರಪಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೂ ವಿತಿನ್ 3 months ಅವನಿಗೆ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಅಷ್ಟು ವಿಗ್ರಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ವಿತಿನ್ 3 months ಇಟ್ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್. ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಟು ದ ಫೈನಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ BMT ಬೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೋ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಖರ್ಚಾಯಿತು. ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ವಿತಿನ್ 3 months ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ಪೆಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಸೆಲ್. ನಮಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಒಂಥರ ದುಃಖ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ BMT ಇಸ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೂ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಫೈನಲಿ ಸಂಬಡಿ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೀ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ದೆನ್ ವೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್. ಈಸ್ ನನ್ನದರಿಂದ ಅವರು GKVK ಅವರ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್, PhD ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಬೇರೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀ ಗಿಡ ಯಾವುದು ಸಿಮರ್ವ ಗ್ಲಾಕ ಎಲೆಯನ್ನು ನರಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಣಗಿಸಿ ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬೇರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಬರೀ ಸೈಮರ್ವ ಗ್ಲಾಕ ಅದರ ಎಲೆಯನ್ನು ನರಳಿ ಒಣಗಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು 1/4 kg ₹1000 ಮಾರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅದರ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ 2 years ಆಗಿದೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ BMT ಮಾಡಿ, ಈಗ ಅದು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದರ ನೇರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷ್ ನಾನೇ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಈಗ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಓವರ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟು ಸೇ ದಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಅದರ ನೇರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷರಿ ನಾನು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ BMT ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ವಿತ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈಮರಬ್ ಗ್ಲಾಕ ಪುಡಿಯಿಂದ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅದು 2 years ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಪೆಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಸೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ಏನೋ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ MBBS ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಾನು ನೇರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷರಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದರ ಗುಣ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಜನರಿಗೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಏನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಏನು ಅವರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಏನು ಪ್ಯಾರಾಸಿಟಮಾಲ್ ಔಷಧಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವರು ₹1,100,000 ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ₹1,000,000 ಆ ಥರ ಬೇಡ. ನಾವು ಕೊಡುವ ಔಷಧಿ ಮೂಲಿಕೆಗಳು ನಿಜವಾಗಲೂ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ತಲುಪಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 3 daysಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮೊಡನೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಆಗಲಿ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೂಡ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ವಿತ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಭು, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಬುಕ್ ಲೈಕ್ 30 ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಡಿಸಾರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದರ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ರೆಮಿಡೀಸ್ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೂಡ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 3-4 monthsಲ್ಲಿ ವಿತಿನ್ ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಒಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರೀಚ್ ಔಟ್ ಟು ಮೋರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಕಾರ ಬೇಕಂದರೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನಮ್ಮ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡ್ರಾವ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಿಲಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ, ಅವರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಕೂಡ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಫಾರ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಿತಿನ್ 3 monthsಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದರ ಸ್ಕ್ರೂಟಿನಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಯೂಸ್. ಇನ್ನು ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಔಷಧಿ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನೇನು ಫೇಶಿಯಲ್ ಕ್ರೀಮ್ಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರ ನಿಜವಾಗಲೂ ಫೇಶಿಯಲ್ ಕ್ರೀಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಆಯುಷಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಕಲಿತೀನಿ, ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಇದರ ಏನು ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅವರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಚಕ್ರ ಶೌರ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ. ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಟು ಶೋ ದಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಏನೋ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಸಿಗ್ನಿಫಿಕೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಹಸಿರು ಉಸಿರಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ ಮಗನ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆಶಾಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು, ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ GKVK ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ ಸುಂದರ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ದಂಪತಿಗಳು ಸೀಮರೂಪದ ಮೇಲೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ತಮಗೆ ಲಾಭವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ನಿರಾಸೆ ಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ತಗೋಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕ್ಯೂರಬಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ S ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ ಸರು ತಮ್ಮ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಶಾಭಾವನೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಇದೀಗ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್, ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಜನಾ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರು, ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನಾಲಯ, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಅನುಸಂಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್, ಗುಜರಾತ್, ಇವರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
Good morning all. Honorable Minister for Minor Irrigation and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Sri N.S. Basavaraju sir. Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Sri Dinesh Gundurao sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Horticultural Sciences, Dr. Vishnuvardhan Saab, Dr. S. Venkatsaran, Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Ramesh Saab, Chief Executive Officer, KSTA, the most respected Dandin sir, former Vice Chancellor, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, dignitaries of the dais, scientists from across the country and Karnataka state, from different organizations, the illustrious staff of KSTA, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy, delighted that I have been invited to attend this prestigious national conference on exploring nature's pharmacy, potential of medicinal and aromatic plants and their conservation. I was just requested by Honorable Dandin sir. He's a mentor-like figure for all of us. I happen to be the director presently of Indian Council of Agriculture Research Institute, that is Directorate of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants Research at Anand, Gujarat. And Dandin sir happened to be our Honorable Chairman, Research Advisory Council. So he was a kind of mentor for all of us. And he's a knowledge repository on medicinal and aromatic plants. Thank you, sir, for calling me here, for inviting me here. Then also I received a call from Honorable Dr. Ayappan sir that Manish, you have to come, but he's not here. I have come to know that he is attending at the meeting, important meeting. So I am missing you, Ayappan sir. I've been working on medicinal and aromatic plants for the last 20 years. I worked as scientist at Directorate of Medicine and Aromatic Plants Research. Then for a brief stint of 10 years, I was in the Ministry of Agriculture at ICR, the headquarters. And the last year, I got selected as director and joined DMAPR. Now it is 2 years gone, 3 years left to shoulder the responsibility of a director. When I got this appointment, I was told that you have challenges to kind of revive medicinal and aromatic plant sector. I did not understand the real essence of the challenges that I have been told to accept. Though I knew as a researcher, I knew as a scientist that there are many things to be done in this sector. Because many things are happening, and they are definitely happening. Number one challenge, climate change. Related to climate change, there are biotic, abiotic stresses. Then, in medicinal and aromatic plants, I think nobody is talking about improvisation, improvement that is required in this sector. Improvement scientifically. I absolutely agree with our Honorable Minister, sir. Just now he has said that scientific study, scientific approach needs to be considered. That means we have to focus on improvisation. Whatever is available in this country, our country is a huge repository of medicinal and aromatic plants, and since ages everybody knows about it. But we have to deal with improvement in those medicinal and aromatic plants. Number one. Number two, the quality. As Honorable Minister Sir has said, quality. I would draw your attention that every Tom, Dick and Harry in this country produces a product, herbal product. N number of products are there, herbal products are there in the market. In every corner, in every shop, you'll find something related to ashwagandha, something related to isabgol, something related to aloe vera, something related to any medicinal plant. We do not know about the quality, as Honorable Minister has said. Quality of those products. This needs to be, understood. We cannot make mockery of the rich system that we have. Now, in the morning, our respected seniors, elders, they were talking about China. It's a big challenge for us. You know what are the products that come to our country, Chinese products. You buy any product, Chinese product, in Indian market, the shopkeeper will tell there is no guarantee of this product. But when there is Indian product, there is guarantee. So what we do in our country, we talk about quality. But yes, I know there are dents who make these dents to make ourselves, ridiculed by others. That is why I absolutely agree with our Honorable Minister, sir. Quality is very, very important. We cannot dilute quality. There are n number of products, n number of herbal industries in this country, and they claim if a product is there, X product, you will find names of 3, 4, 5, 6 medicinal plants will be there. But believe me, if you validate, if you just verify it, you will not find any one of them. Recently, on one of our studies, there is a product of Arjun bark. It is claimed, yes, Arjun bark is the bark, for cardiovascular kind of thing, heart, medicine. Arjun bark is very, very important medicinally. Now, when we tested it through TLC, we didn't find any Arjun bark. We didn't find. And there were 8 such products we collected from the market. We did not find Arjun bark. In one product, slight active ingredient was found. But in other, it was not there. So if you do it scientifically, if you do verify, you will not find any such, medicinal plant in those. Many products are in the market, they say ashwagandha, ashwagandha, ashwagandha. When you take this, you don't find the impact of those medicinal plants. Now, Honorable Minister has said very important thing, dushparinam. Dushparinam, consequence of those products is very, very bad. So, let us be ready to face those challenges. You have to correct ourselves. We have to be honest in our quality, in our disposal. And I would tell you, we as an organization, we as a research institution, our job is not to develop products. Our job is to make improvement in medicinal plants. If ashwagandha is there is active ingredient in ashwagandha. How much is there? Say 1%. Is 1% sufficient active ingredient in ashwagandha? May not be, not. Industry's demand are there. So we need to bring upon improvement in varieties. So our primary job is to bring improvement in those medicinal plants. There are many medicinal plants which need improvement so that industries do better, the stakeholders get the actual medicinal value of those medicinal plants. Number one. Number two, the good agricultural practices. Anybody is doing with medicinal plant cultivation without knowing the do's and don'ts of cultivation. So we need to look into those aspects. Now, these are all challenges. We are not considering those things while cultivating our medicinal and aromatic plants. So these are very important. And one of the most important factors is demand and supply. Demand and supply. See, demand is very much there. There are n number of herbal industries, pharmaceutical industries producing n number of products in the country. And they need raw material. Where from they are getting raw material? If you see our area production kind of graph, it is a very sorry figure. And I don't know who is putting those, area production, data in the website elsewhere. It is very doubtful. The statistics is not, acceptable. It is not increasing. Now, area and production of medicinal plants is increased. It is some are shown 10,000 hectare, 10 million tons kind of thing, 10 lakh tons production. It's not like that. It has increased. To a high extent, it has increased. So we need to see those. There is demand. But this demand and supply needs to be regulated through policies. So this is very important. And supply of medicinal plants. Who will supply? How much will be supplied? To whom it will be supplied? What is the demand? These are all regulated. These should be all regulated. So when there is regulation and when there is quality assurance, when there will be traceability, then this sector will have its importance. This sector will have its position as it is desired to have. And yes, we can compete with China. So far as medicinal and aromatic plants is concerned, now recent figure says that our export has increased more than China last 4 or 5 years. If you see the data, you will find the export has increased so far as raw material and value-added products are concerned. Our export has increased as compared to China. So we are in a good position. Our policies need to be understood. Our policies have to be very sound. And we need to reach to the farmers. We need to reach to the stakeholders through training, through awareness. I think every university should take up this job. Recently, I was in UHS Bagalkot, because of Dr. Dandin sir's interference. They have good, field gene bank of medicinal and aromatic plants. The present Honorable Vice Chancellor has shown a lot of interest in medicinal plant. And I have told on behalf of my organization that we will have a voluntary center on medicinal and aromatic plants, because Karnataka doesn't have any active center except Indian Institute of Horticulture Research in Bangalore. So we need to have a voluntary center of our All India Coordinated Research Project at UHS Bagalkot, so that in full-fledged medicinal research can be taken up. So I request you to send a letter to the our ministry or our council so that this can be taken up this year. And we have already initiated few programs with UHS Bagalkot because of interference of Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dr. Dandin Sir. So I see a bright future in Karnataka so far as MAP, Medicinal and Aromatic is concerned. And when we have got talents here and we have got insight here, I'm sure in coming years we'll be able to do a lot of things in medicinal and aromatic plants. A lot of things can happen and it can reach to the farmers because farmers are very, very aware so far as medicinal and aromatic plants is concerned in this state. So I thank you KSTO for inviting me here, giving me a platform to expose myself so far as ICR is concerned. And I look forward to have greater collaboration with KSTA and the agriculture universities that we have in Karnataka in near future. I thank you once again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಸಂಪತ್ತುಗಳ ಆಗರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವುಗಳ ತಳಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ತಮ ಕೃಷಿ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪೂರೈಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್ತರ್ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಮರುಬ ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು, ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ, ಇವರು ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯವರು ಈ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ SN ಭೋಜರಾಜು ಅವರೇ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸಿದಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಸದಾಶಿವ್ ಪ್ರಭು ಅವರೇ, ಎಸ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರೇ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನ ನೀಡಿದಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ, ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತಿಳಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಹಾಗೂ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯ, ಇದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯ ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಏನು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಅದನ್ನು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ, ಈ ಔಷಧಿಗಳ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಅರಿಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಏನು ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಔಷಧಿ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅರಿವನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷ್ನಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಷನ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷ್ನಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವೈದ್ಯರು, ನಾಟಿ ವೈದ್ಯರು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅವರು ಸುಮಾರಷ್ಟು ಈ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಅವರು ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ಕಾಯಿಲೆನ ವಾಸಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ದೇ ಅವರು ಏನು ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋದರೋ ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರನೇ ಔಷಧಿ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು ಸಹ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೊರಟೋಯ್ತು. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ತುಂಬ ಔಷಧಿ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅದರ ಯೂಸೇಜನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು. ಈಗ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತನೂ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಔಷಧಿ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಹೌದು. ಆದರೆ ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ದಂಗೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಆವಾಗ ಏನು ಆ ವೈದ್ಯರು, ನಾಟಿ ವೈದ್ಯರು ಆ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಅವರು ಆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅವರು ತೀರೋದ್ರು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆನೇ ಆ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನವೂ ಸಹ ಸುಮಾರಷ್ಟು ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಆ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೋಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಅದರ ಅರಿವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನುಷ್ ದಾಸ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸುಮಾರಷ್ಟು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೋದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಔಷಧಿಗಳು, ಹರ್ಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು 1000 ಟನ್ಗಳ ನಮ್ಮದು ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಬಂಧನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇದು? ನಿಜವಾಗೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಆ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಅದ್ರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇದು ನಾವು ಈಗ ನಾನು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮದು ಒಂದು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರನ್ನು ಅವರ ಮಗನಿಗೇನೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಗುಣ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಥರ ಇನ್ನೂ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಫಲ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸಹ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೋಗಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ವಿವಿಧ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದರ ಉಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಿಜವಾಗೂ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಅಥವಾ ಏನೀಗ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 60ರಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಈಗಲೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಆಯುಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಷನನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ? ನಿಜವಾಗೂ ಕಾಡಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೆಡಿಷನನ್ನು ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಈ ಕಡೆ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಯಾರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಬೇಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣವನ್ನು ಯಾರೂ ಬೆಳೆದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ? ಅಥವಾ ನಿಜವಾಗೂ ಆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇದೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಡಿಷನ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಥವಾ ಇದನ್ನು ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್, ಆ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿಯ ಗಿಡಗಳ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್, ಯಾವುದೀಗ ವೆಲ್ ನೋನ್ ಈ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅವರು ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗೂ ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಔಷಧಿಯ ಗಿಡಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿ ಔಷಧಿಯ ಗಿಡಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದರ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ತಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಉತ್ಪಾದನಾ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ರೈತರು ಸಹ ಈ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟು ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಹರ್ಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ರೇಟ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನೀತಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆದದ್ದೇ ಆದರೆ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾರು ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ medicinal and aromatic plants are truly nature gift to humanity. They not only provide a solution to some of the most pressing health challenges, but also offer opportunities for economic growth, especially in rural and tribal regions of Karnataka. With its rich biodiversity and traditional knowledge, is uniquely positioned to lead efforts to research, cultivation and conservation of MAPs. That it is very, very important. We need to conserve these medicinal aromatic plants. This conference brings together thought leaders, policymakers, scientists and industry stakeholders to discuss the immense potential of these plants and the urgent need for their sustainable utilization and conservation. Such interdisciplinary collaboration is vital to addressing challenges like habitat degradation, overharvesting, and climate change, which threaten invaluable sources. The University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot, takes pride in being a part of this movement. We are deeply committed to promoting research and innovation in medicinal and aromatic plants. Our efforts include working closely with farmers to develop agrotechnologies, identifying high-value species for cultivation, and establishing value chains to connect cultivators with markets and industries. I take this opportunity to urge policymakers and stakeholders to foster an environment where science, technology and traditional wisdom come together to unlock the full potential of medicinal and aromatic plants. This includes establishing dedicated centers for medicinal and aromatic plants research and training, supporting farmers with technical know and marketing linkages, strengthening intellectual property rights to protect traditional knowledge, and encouraging publics a private partnership for innovation and commercialization. Today's conference also reminds us of our collective responsibility to ensure that our quest for progress does not compromise the ecological balance. Conservation must remain cornerstone of all our endeavors, preserving biodiversity for future generations while supporting the livelihoods of communities that depends on these resources. I congratulate KSTA and its leadership for curating this timely and essential discussion. I also extend my gratitude to the Honorable Ministers, esteemed guests of honor and distinguished invitees for their commitment to advancing the cause of medicinal and aromatic plants in Karnataka and beyond. Let this conference serve as a springboard for transformative ideas and actionable strategies that will position Karnataka as a global leader in the field of medicinal and aromatic plants. Thank you. I wish the conference a great success. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶವು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದು, ಈ ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳ ಮೂಲವನ್ನು ಕಲಬೆರಕೆಯನ್ನು ತಡೆಯುವಲ್ಲಿ ನೀತಿ ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಉತ್ಪಾದಕರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜೈವಿಕ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಕಾರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ಸರ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭು, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಹಾಗೂ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಕ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ಇವರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯದ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಗಂಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿದ್ದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಘನ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಮಾತನಾಡಿರುವ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ರವರೇ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪದ ಸಿಒರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ರವರೇ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ದೂರದ ಗುಜರಾತ್ನಿಂದ ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್ರವರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ, ವಿವಿಧ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಣಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಣಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಸಭಿಕ ವೃಂದದವರೇ, ಒಂದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅನ್ನೋದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಂಶಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡೆಸ್ಟಿನೇಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಆ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ನ ಕೊರತೆಯಿಂದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅದು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಯಾಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಆದಂಥ ರೀಸನ್ಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಸಂದರ್ಭೋಚಿತ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಏನೇನೋ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಜನರು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ದೇ ವೇರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಲಿಟ್ಲ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾಲೋಡ್. ಈಗ ನೆಲನೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಸ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಲನೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕುದಿಸಿ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಷಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಕುಡೀರಿ, ಕರೋನಾ ಓಡೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಆಲ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿ ವರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಸಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡನ್ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಉಡುಪಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣವರಿದ್ದಾಗ ಏನು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಅದು ಪ್ರಸೂತಿ ಇರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶೀಯ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ನಿಂದನೇ ಗುಣ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ 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 ಅದರ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಯಂಕೃತ ಅಪರಾಧವೋ ಅಥವಾ ಏನೋ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ. ಅದು ಎನಿವೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮು. ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮುಖಾಂತರ, ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ಆ ಹೊಸ ಹಳೆಯ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನನ್ನು ರಿವೈವ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಎಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ CO ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್, ಅವರು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ನಿಗದಿಪಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ ಫೇತ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನವನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೈನಂದಿನ ಜನಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ತರಬಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮೈಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಎನ್ ಬೋಸರಾಜು ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರು ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಔಷಧಾಲಯ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣಾ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭು ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮನೀಶ್ ದಾಸ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣಭೂತರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಾತಿ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಇರುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ನಾವು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಹಿತ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಇಲಾಖೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಮತ್ತು ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲಕರವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಅನೇಕ ಸಲಹಾ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ಆ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಡೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ದಂಡೇನವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅನೇಕರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸಲಹಾ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಹಿತ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಂಥ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಚಿವರು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಚರ್ಚಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಕರಿಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್, I am happy to note that this conference is being supported by the Karnataka Medicinal Plants Authority, NABARD, SBI, NBA and CSIR. This conference is a timely and much needed initiative that brings together experts, academicians, scientists, policy makers, professionals and students of deliberate on the immense potential of medicinal and aromatic plants in the healthcare, economy and environmental sustainability. Medicinal and aromatic plants have been an integral part of the traditional medicines and cultural practices across civilization of centuries. According to the World Health Organization, nearly 80% of the population in developing countries depends on herbal medicines for their primary healthcare needs. This fact undergoes the critical role of medicinal plants in addressing global health challenges, particularly in regions where modern medical facilities are short. In recent years, these plants have gained a renewed global interest. In view of this, the global medicinal plant industry has witnessed unprecedented growth. The sector is projected to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 14.88, reaching an astonishing $7 trillion by 2050. These facts highlights the immense economic potential and the increasing reliance on the herbal products worldwide. One of the world's richest biodiversity hubs, India has the potential to become a global leader on the medicinal plant industry, provided we adhere the stringent quality and safety standards. As we know, Karnataka is rich in medical and aromatic plants, particularly in the Western Ghats, which is recognized by the biodiversity hotspot. The state supports a traditional medicine system like Ayurveda, naturopathy, and Siddha, thereby contributing significantly to the herbal, paramedical, and cosmetic industries. Now there is a need to encourage a quality research, particularly in priority areas such as cultivation, conservation, sustainable development, and the exploration of novel medicinal properties. In our commitment to advancing Karnataka's scientific landscape, our government is led by Honorable Chief Minister is establishing the Karnataka State Research Foundation that will foster the ecosystem supporting research, startups, and product development, and our state government is committed to promote research and development in advancing the potential of medicinal and aromatic plants and their conservation. So our government goal is to help cultivate the spirit of a scientific temper among citizens and to make our programs and policies accessible and available to all under the theme of ease of understanding science and science for all. As a government, we are committed to bring science and technology into all areas of development to enable scientific advancement and innovations for the welfare of all. It is gratifying to note that as a part of this conference, a compendium of abstracts is being brought out, encompasses inspiring and richest outcomes from studies conducted by the researchers in different regions of the state and behind. As the Minister of Science and Technology, I urge researchers to come up with innovative ideas for the sustainable cultivation of medicinal and aromatic plants, research and bioactive compounds, and integrating the traditional knowledge to ensure the sustainable utilization of these plants in the state. I am sure that this conference provides a valuable platform for the exchange of ideas and knowledge that can contribute to sustainable management of these valued natural resources. I wish this conference great success. Thank you for all.
ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎನ್ ಬೋಸರಾಜ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸರು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಲುಪಬೇಕು, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮನೆ ಮಾತಾಗಬೇಕಂತ ಆಶಾಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂತಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ ಆರ್, ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯವರು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಎನ್.ಎಸ್. ಬೋಸರಾಜುರವರು ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಲನೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗಿದ್ದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆಯ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನ್ ರವರು ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುನ್ಮಾನ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ಜೈವಿಕ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಏಕ್ರೂಪ್ ಕೌರ್, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಇವರು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಅನುಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಕೆಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪ್ರಭು, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಇವರು ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ ಕಂಪ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಣಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶನ್, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಇವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುದಾನ ನೀಡಿ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. I take this opportunity to thank on behalf of KST and on behalf of all of you, Dr. Munish Das, ICAR, Medicinal and Aromatic Plant Research Directorate, Gujarat, for gracing this program. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರ ಆಪ್ತ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರಭದ್ರ ಅಂಚಿನಾಳ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಇವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ರುದ್ರೇಶ್ ರವರು, ಶರಣ ಬಸಪ್ಪರವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸುಸೂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಲು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಮತ್ತು ಸಲಹೆ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿದ್ದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೆರುಗನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿರುವ ಹಲವಾರು ಗಣ್ಯರು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ದಂಡಿನ್ ಸರ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್, ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ; ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರಾಜಸಾಬ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ VC, ತುಮಕೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ KSTA; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ದಿನೇಶ್ ನಾಗೇಗೌಡ, ಚೀಫ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ CIMARP ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AE ಏಕನಾಥ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ KSTA; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹಿಮಬಿಂದು, IIHR; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಲರಿಯಾ, ICAR ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ಗುಜರಾತ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ರಾವ್, ಎಮರೆಟ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, CIMAP GKVK; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ KV ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಬಿರಾದಾರ್, CMD ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ಸ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ KSRSSC; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ UM ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್, ಕೇರಳ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಂಗೂರ್ಮಠ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್, ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈನ್ಸ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SL ಜಗದೀಶ್, ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿಂದು ಮಹಾದಾವ, ಹೆಡ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್, ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್; ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಭು ಕಂಪ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ನೀಡಿ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲು ವೈದ್ಯಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ನಿಯೋಜಿಸಿದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು ವಿಪಿನ್ ಸಿಂಗ್, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಆಯುಷ್ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಾಲಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲು ಅನುದಾನ ನೀಡಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಔಷಧಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೋಪ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಟರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್, ನಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಇತರ ಪ್ರಾಯೋಜಕರಾದ CSIR, SBI, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲು ವಿವಿಧೆಡೆಗಳಿಂದ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಬಿರಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Raghavendra Rao and Professor Dandin are like my very elder brothers. That is another reason I came here to see them. Professor Dandin joined Biodiversity International in June 2014 as a liaison officer in Bengaluru office. He coordinates and focuses the exploration, collection, conservation, characterization and utilization of nutritious and underutilized fruit trees from tropical and subtropical regions. He also supervises and coordinates ICR Biodiversity International collaborative research projects in the region. His office is in GKVK itself. The other scientist who is very much interested in underutilized fruit trees is also here, Dr. Birada. he will be a very useful person to hear. Then Professor Dandin served as a founder Vice Chancellor of Horticultural University, Bagalkot. And he has left his footprints in that university. If we see the administrative building of Horticultural University, I always say Dandin Sahab building is here. Because it is he was the real architect of that building, most beautiful administrative office he did. Not only physical structure-led building, as a founder, Vice Chancellor, he started the university with a great foundation. That is the reason why Horticultural University is now one of the best horticultural universities in India, and credit goes to Professor Dandin. In addition to that, Dr. Dandin Sahab was Director, Silkworm, Mulberry and Genetic Resource Center, Director at Karnataka State Sericulture Research and Development Institute. He was Director there in Talgatpura, that is Sericulture Research Institute, where many of my friends are also working there and were working there under you. He was Director for more than about 20 years in Sericulture Research Institute, Talgatpura, Bengaluru. Then Dr. Dandin has been awarded Fellow of 4 academic bodies. Due to paucity of time, I will not name them. And international awards, he got Louis Pasteur Award by International Sericulture Commission, World International Property Organization Award. Then he also got Maxwell Lefroy Award in 2007. Then National Research and Development Council Award, Government of India. Then Sir M. Vishwesvaraya Memorial Award for his lifetime achievements in research and contributions. Lifetime Achievement Award. That culminates to just say that what Dr. Dandin is. He is part and parcel of the progress the Karnataka has achieved in various fields, in the fields of science, research, development, extension, and university development, administration. Wherever he has gone, that institute has grown. That institute got the good reputation. That is the reputation of Dr. Dandin. Even now he is very active. Very, very active. He comes to the office and conducts research and extension activities. Always encourages the youngsters. Many of you here, many of the students and professors here are his students. And he has contributed whatever he saved to form a trust, Dandin, which trust, sir? Dandin Education and Research Trust, which is very much active in serving the society. That is how he has contributed and devoted himself to the society and the good of the society and progress of the research and our nation. Both nationally as well as internationally is well known. Actually, I am a very small person in front of him to chair this lecture. I am his junior actually, but a well-known personality. That's why it is my honor. When Dr. Ramesh asked me to chair the session, then I told it is my honor, so I came here. Sir, what else I can tell you? I only say thank you for your presence here, and people are waiting to hear your lecture, including myself. So if you say okay, I will go and sit there and hear your lecture. Thank you very much.
Please. Good morning to everybody. I'm so happy to see the young friends, and always I admire their young contribution, and I find a pleasure in working with the youngsters. That is the most beautiful thing which I always cherish. Thanks for the organizers to give me this opportunity to share some of the ideas what I have collected from every one of you. Dr. Chandrasekhar is here, he has contributed, and Dr. Dinesh, Madam Himabindu. I used to work with all of them to get some information from them, and my job is to collect the good recipe and serve it to you. That is what I find a pleasure in that. Well, friends, at the very outset, I take and pray the three great stalwarts of Indian medicinal plants. It is Charaka, it is Sushruta, and also Dhanvantari. If they would not have contributed to the field of these medicinal and aromatic plants, probably we would not have any reference as such. Along with that, another two, one is the Dioscorides. You know, the genus Dioscorea, the three important medicinal plants is named after Dioscorides. Then another important is Theophrastus. He has given nature as a medicine, and Ramesh has put the name Prakriti as the main source of medicine and inspiration of health. So, health goddess, we worship Dhanvantari, health god. So, in the name of them, I would like to share some of the things what I have learned from every one of you, especially my PhD students. There are almost, in the medicine and aromatic plants, there may be maybe 12 or 13, but totally I have an honor to help 80 students to improve their career as a PhD scholars, not directly but indirectly also. That is what the best teacher enjoys is. With this brief introduction, Dr. Raja Saab, thank you very much for having said you are no way little than anybody. We were all the vice chancellors, we have done our job. At the same time, we continue to do our job as long as we are active. That's what the slogan I carry. And today's topic of my research is medicinal and aromatic plants, issues, strategies, policies, and way forward. This is the most important sector of science, that to natural science, which has been recognized as early as 5,000 years, and it is as old as a civilization. Because it is said, the great saint Sarvajna, he says, Anna Danakinta Innu Danagalilla. The Shrestha gift is the Anna, and straight blessing is the Arogya. Arogya Bhagya, Anna Dana, they go always hand in hand. If these two things are missing, human survival becomes very, very difficult. Because of this, our forefathers have recognized if you are healthy, you are wealthy. Wealth cannot bring you health, but health always brings you the wealth. So health is first and foremost. And this health science as such is the contribution and gift of our forefathers and the saints, what I have referred to them. Okay. Is this one? This one. Okay. Friends, an alarming situation. Hope, I think, put up the lights. Not this, they are those lights. Because you will not be able to see. Friends, we have suffered enough by destroying the natural source, natural wealth of plant wealth. We have carried loads and loads of trees from forest. Now we are importing wagons and wagons of oxygen. Days are not very far off that we have oxygen clubs to go, pay some money, breathe oxygen and come back healthily. But it is not an answer. Answer is the natural given oxygen factories, they are trees. And if trees are not there, probably humanity would not have been survived all these days. For no fault of them, we are cutting trees left and right. Maybe fruit tree, maybe medicinal tree, maybe any type of tree. Tree is a factory of oxygen and food for everybody. So let us remember this before we go to the slides, what we are going to have it. See, about plant those heal and improve the health. Prevention, I always said, is better than cure. To prevent a disease coming, your immunity system has to be strengthened. That immunity system comes from the food, ahara. So, food should be always a medicine, but unfortunately our younger generation makes medicine as a food. That is the irony of the whole situation. Now, see, I need not say the role of medicinal plants, because already we are lagging behind the time, how important they are for the entire population as such. They are the socio-economic backbone of the country. More than 80% of people, even now, depend on the medicinal plants for their primary health. Today, about 35% of plants are responsible where the drugs are derived from that. In India, 95% of prescriptions are plant-based. I welcome again another person who is coming, who is always supporting me and giving the knowledge. He is Dr. Ellen Hegde. He is my colleague, worked with me for building the university, I should tell that. Then about 17,700 plants have been already documented as medicinal. 400 of them have been commercial use and 20 species are under cultivation. What happens to the others? Are they not fit to cultivate, or we are not giving them anything? That Dr. Vishnu was telling, unless we have a good agriculture practice for any species, we will be finding difficulty to cultivate. Then the history, of course, I don't want to say much. The historical cornerstones have been given to us by many people from the many countries. As I told you, the Charaka, the Sushruta, the Ebers Papirias and Archaeoides, then Theophrastus, then several others have given us the contribution. Archaeoides, the person who has given Materia Medica, today it is a Bible for the plant industry, medicinal plant industry. Similarly, Charaka Sushruta or Sushruta contribution, they have already explained much before the people came to know other world. They have explained these plants and their contribution is Dioscorides. You may be having heard his name. Dioscorea is a genus in taxonomy. He has got 27 species. Out of 27 species, 16 species are medicinally important, right? It's Dioscorea alata, Dioscorea esculenta, Dioscorea peltata. They are the source of your family planting medicines. Our pills are coming from that. They may call aerial potatoes. Popularly they are known as aerial potatoes in the folklore. But they are not potatoes, but they are the other things. Then the civilization was the first to recognize the use of herbs for their health. And Aryans in the Indus Valley have contributed their great contribution to this. And Charaka Samhita, Encyclopedia of Indian Medicine. This Charaka Samhita has almost about 1000 BC to 100 AD, has compiled very comprehensive information on medicinal plants. Later, the Arabs, the British invaders, they have enriched the plant wealth in general, but aromatic and medicinal plant wealth in general by these people. You know, Cinchona calicea is the anti-malarial plant. They wanted to take the forest wealth. There it was invaded by the mosquitoes. To avoid mosquitoes, they brought Cinchona. That is Cinchona calicea, and it has become a medicinal. Afterwards, Artemisia has come. Then, through pharmacopoeia, knowledge about the use of medicinal plants has grown, and Chinese are the most important scientists who have contributed to the science of medicinal plants. Today, if you go to China, you have more Ayurvedic shops, Ayurvedic medicinal plant shops than the allopathic. Most of them depend on only the natural medicine, but unfortunately, in India we are no way inferior in the wealth of medicinal plants, but we are poor in exploitation of the medicinal plants for our own ignorance and negligence. I'll tell you the example. 3 Nobel Prizes in the area of medicinal plants has come. It is because of the Indian plants, right from neem, right from Artemisia, and also from this Philanthus neruri, that's Buyamla. They're all medicinal plants of our origin, but we could not do anything on that. Why? Is our younger generation, that's what I always depend on younger generation to dig the source of knowledge and how to make use of it. Time is not, has not run out of our hands, but we have lost many things, but still many things are available to us. Let us give our concentration on this point. Okay, then current status, thanks to Dr. Chandrasekhar, he has given this information, and this information is available with a booklet of what I have given you. It is all read, and this presentation is also available. If it is of some use, copy it down. Read it leisurely, because you may forget in a span of 15-20 minutes I can present it. But I request the organizers, share as much as possible. Sharing the knowledge is like a sharing good water. So it will be always available to you to cherish later. That's what it is. So presently, the medicinal plant industry is the biggest industry, but most neglected industry also, I should say that. We have plants. When Chinese have been able to encash ginseng. We have equally strong plant like Hiremadinigada. It is a big Hiremadinigada means it is a plant with the highest medicinal value, that is ashwagandha. We have not been able to do much. We are good in adulterating ashwagandha rather than making use of it. Similarly, Arjuna arista, that is terminally Arjuna. Similarly, Saraka indica, that is Ashoka arista. There are several number of plants. That Isabgol, I think the doctor has come, Isabgol, one of the best medicine. We have not been able to do it. We know, but we are silent on that. How to make use of these things is a $1 million question. We have to look into it. Then comes India's reportedly progressive export, as Dr. Vishwanath has mentioned, it seems. Dr. Das, Manish Das. Our exports are going much more than China. But from where this material comes from? Everything we are depending on forest. Forest is, my friends, not Akshaya Patra. It is a exhaustible resource, not unexhaustible resource. Unless you replant, unless you resow the seeds into natural habitat, probably you will not get the medicinal plants again and again. So this is where the fake raw drugs are being sold in the market because of no regulatory mechanism, no quality test, and no referral laboratories. This is high time for us to look into it. Then it comes to geographic distribution. This is one of the most important geographic. There are two hotspots. One is northeastern India, that is Brahmaputra Valley, it is commonly called. Another one is the Western Ghats. These are the two rich resources, and compared to the central India, it is Madhya Pradesh and Bihar. It is a peninsular India. It is Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and part of Karnataka. These are the rich resources, and also, including the very eastern Ghats, basically the Odisha and Rameshwaram and all those areas. We have a large number of medicinal plants which are yet to be explored, yet to be this one. But unfortunately, Dr. Rao is here, one of the great taxonomists, and he has developed so many students for taxonomy. If I want, you please go and get this plant. For example, I'll just give you an example. Please go and get a plant of Gymnema sylvestris. It is called the Madhunashini. To kill the madhu means sugar. Nobody knows how the plant looks, how to identify. Where are the taxonomists? Thanks to Dr. Rao, Dr. Sanjappa, and some other people who can identify, but they are on handful. We can only count on the fingers. If the generation goes, who will identify a plant for you? No one. So it is equally important to develop a next generation of the plant taxonomists, right? Plant physiologists, and also biochemists. These are the three science branches who will help the promotion and popularization of the medicinal plants. Along with that, the agronomists and physiologists to develop good agricultural practices. This is what is the need of the hour. This is the Indian subcontinent is strength. We only take a glory, we take a prestige, but what we are doing is rather than difficult. Recently, Ayurveda, Unani, Homeopathy, we have all these five that all of them are good in utilizing the natural resources, but who will replenish them? Dr. Chanchakar is there, every month one article comes from him, how to popularize a simple plant. For example, this Atibala and Mahabala, Saida ambifolia and Saida almifolia. These are the two things. He has given all those things, but we have to identify. Now we use Saida for cleaning the veranda. It is called parkekaddi, a broom stick, but we don't use as a medicinal plants. One more thing, yesterday, it was astonishing. Dr. Hanuman Prasad is here, Maruti Prasad. He has really opened a smaller, ganja, hashish. It is cannabis sativus. We only eat as a narcotic drug, but over and above that, it has lot of other medicinal values. We have not been able to encash that. Only we are interested to encash its narcotic value. This is an unfortunate part of it. Similarly, there are so many things. You take that this one, another plant, which is Dicalypsus hamiltoni. It is one of the most important plant for your what we call epilepsy. Epilepsy becomes no medical, no Ayurvedic drug for epilepsy. If you take this, the root juice, probably you will be free from all those things. The stammering with the children. You know, our people used to try a root piece into the neck of the children who are stammering. That is Acorus calamus, buzz. And by smelling that buzz, the children used to get cured of the stammering. That was a science. There is not much. Similarly, the Tylopa, asthmatica. Asthma, many people suffer. The name itself is given as asthmatica, thanks to our Latin professors who have given the name. Right? Putranjiva Roxburgh. Roxburgh was, the father of the Indian botany, who came here, who established. So there are so many plants we should know. And this is what exactly is the situation. Siddha use 900, Ayurveda 1200. We are using, but we are regenerate the situation. Then this is how in Indian biography zones, we don't want to call agroclimatic zones. They are nothing but agroclimatic, but if you say agroclimatic zones, it carries a different meaning. Biogeographic zones, what we call, and this is the distribution of the medicinal plants all around. And you see, other one is the contribution of the each state. See, the Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Chhattisgarh, they take almost about 80% of the plants and medicine value. And remaining, Karnataka, only 2%. But this information has to be revisited. Is it correct, or is there any lapses in generating this one? So, botany subject was the most important subject, which is getting sidelined by the applied aspects of tissue culture. I am not against it. At the same time, you have a supplementary knowledge rather than replacing the knowledge. We don't have people to identify what plant is. We have to differentiate this one. Plant is there, we don't know what is the bioactive biomolecule, what is the available compound. It is available of the bioactive compounds availability to it. Dr. Harish is there, he is concentrating a lot of concentration on these type of things. And we have Karnataka being a source of large number of Western Ghats. It is a gift for us. But how much we have done? And there is one student who is a Upadhyay, he has done ethnobotanic studies on the, I heard recently, ethnobotanic species of the Western Ghats. So that has to be brought to the main line to mainstream them. This is what we want. Now, trade of the medicinal plants. This is most important. Everybody talks about trade. From where the material comes from? अगर हो तो दिखता है ना, अगर नहीं होता हो तो क्या करेंगे, कहाँ से लाएंगे, चोरी करना तो नहीं होता है, बिकॉज चोरी करने से भी तो प्लांट नहीं है, इट इज नॉट अवेलेबल विथ अस. So how to do about this? We have to look into it. Trade is increasing every day, but what we are trading is rather a questionable point, because medicinal plants are the life-saving plants. We cannot afford to adulterate it. If it is adulterated, it is the biggest sin we are committing. So the raw drug has to be given as much as possible in the pure form, not in this one form. And these are the annual consumption of about over 200 tons. This is Tinospora cardi, available everywhere. Then Aspergillus racemosus, Adathoda vesica, Piper longum, all those have been kept in this one. Desmodium giganteum. Then Plumbago indica. Then you can say Amla, Ashok, Ashwagandha. These are the plants which are in short. And 32 plants have been identified by NMPB. I think that since now it is 52, the number has been increased to 52. So you must know, thanks to 2-3 scientists, Dr. Harish, Dr. Narayanpur, and Dr. Singh, Dr. Hemat, we have now tried to compile medicinal plants, industrial required directory. If you give a plant, what is the planting material, what is the cultivation practice, what is the part used, who are the industries like that. Individually, so far we have covered, I think, 22 plants. This is not Harish. 22 plants have been covered out of 52. And another 30 are available, we have to do it. When this dictionary comes, modern dictionary comes, we have to link the medicinal plants availability, medicinal plant knowledge, medicinal plant availability, medicinal plant utilization. There we need a industry partnership. Without that, we will not be able to do that. And this is the about 32 plants. I think we have to update this particular thing. Then some of the medicinal plants reported to be antiviral. Friends, if India has less suffered because of corona, it is thanks to our food habits, spices, narcotics, spices, food plants, and also what we use as a day-to-day, garlic for example, right? Cumin for example, cinnamon for example, Meristica fragrances, Jajikai for example, they are all having a good immune building system capacity, so that your body becomes immune and it will be usual. Even ginger, turmeric. Turmeric, one of the first plant to be used after the post-operational drug to prevent the infection. And there are about nearly hundreds of patents on turmeric outside India, but in India, what will happen, we don't know. Hey, turmeric, Dadima is using it, so we are also using it. Because we are strong. But what it does, how it does, where it works, it has to be looked at. Ginger, for example, cardamom. These are the things available to us. Pepper. Today, pepper is such a wonderful drug. If it is I tell you, if it is anything connected with your respiratory system, use betel wine and pepper together. We'll see what happens to it. So, don't worry about today somebody telling another virus has come. These are the two plants, pepper, betel wine, pepper nigrum and pepper betel. These are in combination, and also if recruity, kashaya, what they call Hemidesmus indicus. Kashaya the beer, it's used as a kashaya beru. Hemidesmus indicus, the garlic, the ginger, turmeric, all these. In our olden days, if there is a throat infection, our Dajima used to give some kashaya. Kashaya is an integrated medicine for all the good plants into that. Take a garlic, right? Such a wonderful thing. Some people may not use garlic, but garlic is one of the potential plants. These are the plants which have worked. See, in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, there was one scientist, one village medicinist. He used to give. Then I asked him, what are those things? Then we prepared. Then immediately we have published an article, antiviral plants to prevent the infection from the viruses. And even Calamag. Calamag is an Endographs paniculata, such a wonderful drug, right? We have to do it. And Philanthus niruri, that is Buya Amla, what they are telling, that was really a good thing. It has to be boiled and eaten. Then, these are the few things which we should know. Longum, Piper longum, it's called Pipali. Then this is another area, Gilloy. Gilloy is such a wonderful plant. Earlier used to call anti-fever ring. They used to put a small ring, just like a bangle, into the body which suffers from the fever. And that area used to become black. Such a wonderful plant because it used to absorb these things. These are the things. Then comes to morning, they told, our Honorable Minister Dinesh Gundurauji was telling, food shall be the medicine. It is the Theophrastus who has developed the idea, let food be the medicine. And these are the vitamins, minerals, medicinal and therapeutic elements, and such other compounds which will give you enough immunity. They need not be a controlling agents, but they are immunity building agents. This is what it is. Know your functional food. All of them are spices or native vegetables and all those things. If something happens, immediately vitamin A. You want to take vitamin A tablet, but don't want to eat one carrot or one banana. We are most dependent on the tablets. It has culture of tablets rather than culture of food. This has to be done. So these are the functional foods that we have to remember, and they are also of a medicinal value. Medicinal value need not be only medicinal and aromatic plants. Some of these, yes, I will come to that. For example, seed spices. Such a wonderful medicine. It is a cumin, coriander, fenugreek, fennel, ajwain, nigella, dill, sabasike, what we call, anise, celery, and caraway. All of them have a highest medicinal value. They can also be considered as a medicinal plants. Over and above, they are considered the spices. Of course, spices has got a more money value, but along with that, if it is a medicine value, it will be much more added value for that. Similarly, these are the tree spices. It may be a cardamom, it may be this Garcinia gumigata, even Garcia indica also. It may be Meristica fragrans, it may be Piper longum, Piper nigrum, then also turmeric. And there is one more thing, which is a blue ginger, turmeric. Dr. Harish can tell. One of the most wonderful drug, which is going out of our this one, red species. We are not having it. Then secondly, medicinal fruits. See why this bilwa, Eagle marmelos, was kept in the temple. It is not that it is liked by Shiva. In the name of Shiva, we are using the Bilva Patri and Bilva fruit. And for your information, amoebic dysentery, there is no allopathic medicine. If you take a juice of Bilva leaf and also Bilva fruit, immediately 3 days you can get a cure. Similarly, jaundice, your Feronia elephanta or Lemonia feronia, it is a wood apple. Such a wonderful medicine for hepatitis. For example, your jamun, diabetics. For example, your nillikai, amla, right? Then Caressa carandis, right? Iron tablet. You eat one fruit, it is one iron equivalent to one. Then this is the grapefruit. Grapefruit is one of the medicinal plant. Acidity. Immediately for acidity, you will get it. So these are the fruits which also be fruits as well as medicinal values. And this is medicinal values. Cucurbit. Cucurbit is such a wonderful drug. Or Loki, bottle gourd, for these things. Then comes pine gourd. Then comes karchika, a small kind. It is called, it is very famous in North Karnataka. Comes as a weed, karchikai, and is one of the important. Then methi leaf, then coriander leaf. When I was in Texas University, I went for examination of one of the project. There was a project to develop sweet bitter gourds, sweet bitter gourd. I asked the director of research, one lady was there, Madam, why you want bitter gourd to be sweet? You have so many sweets to eat. If the moment you make it sweet, its anti-diabetic properties are lost. That lady was sensitive. He called the in charge of that, immediately stopped this project. Right? This is what is the sense of my presence of mind. If you want to convert this, no, sir, it is bitter, they don't eat. Hey, that's why it is bitter, they have to eat as a medicine. Like that, the pickles. Everything we want to have sweet, because of the population is increasing diabetes. Right? We are the second largest country of the people of diabetes. Right? In Memordica dioica, Memordica americata. These are all the things we should also value them as a medicinal food, not only vegetables. And unless we eat, for example, root and tuber crop, the tribal people eat all of those things. Right? The greater yam, Dioscorea alata, the smaller yam, the bigger yam, Dioscorea peltata, then tania, then taro, that's the Amorphophilus, the elephant foot yam, then also this arrowroot, right? All those things. Sweet potato. Everybody wants sweet potato. Why don't sweet potato? Sweet potato is a wonderful plant available with you. Cover crop, green manure, and roots as a much. Even maida, if you can't eat maida, if you prefer maida out of sweet potato, excellent. See, we have to change our mindset. Somebody told us eat potato, and nobody has told us not to eat sweet potato. What is the sin of the sweet potato? It's a plant with a lot of nutrition. And also there are two varieties developed now. One is the pink variety, another is the yellow variety. One is the highest amount of this one. So friends, these are the things which you have to remember. Then what about the governance scenario? We have a large number, we have about 13 acts. And these acts are independent, acts are repetitive, acts are controversial. So somebody should sit together. One lady is there, you are asking me how to make it, sir, this IPR. Thanks to Dr. Raja Saab, she has introduced her to me. This IPR is the issue, which is very, very important now. And all these things have to be visited. Please visit these acts. See what are the similarities, what are the contradictions, and what are the repetitions. Let us sit all together and bring down. And these are the current organizations, functional status and governance. Currently there are several organizations. The next slides will give you. These are the major. Ayush is an umbrella department under which we have all the things. DST, DBT, UGC. They give funds to the university students. Once the research is completed, what happens to that research? It goes to Almara as a either MSc thesis or as a PhD thesis. It has to see the light of the day, my friends. Then CCIM, then NMP, of course, Dr. Chandrasekhar is here. So why I tried is, when this was supposed to, Dr. Ramesh told me to organize this conference, I have contacted all of them over phone, requested them, you come. Karnataka is a good land to slow your ideas, to share your ideas, so that people of students, especially from Karnataka, are getting benefit of it. That's why Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Manish, Dr. Klari, all those people have come, and I thank all of them to respond positively for our request, right? And ICR, DMAPR, I told you, NBA and SSB. And agriculture universities, academic research is more important for you, and you have to develop the good agriculture practices to promote the cultivation of the medicinal plants. Otherwise, they will not come to the day. And link to the market. Market is one of the, if you don't create a market, farmer will not grow. ಒಂಥರ ಇದು ಪಗಲಾಪನ್ और शादी का ये तो खवाज जो है ना ऐसा होता है. Unless, I'm sorry, because large number of ladies are, don't take a verbal meaning, take a essential meaning of it. So, unless large quantity of material is available, no market. Unless market is available, no production. So, how to break these silos and work on that? This is how what we have to do. All these organizations should be called. Allow them to have a one-day or workshop. You argue, discuss, but come to one particular common point, that what you suggest for the tomorrow's application of the medicinal and aromatic plant. This is most important, and this will also go as one of our recommendations at the end. Bring all the knowledgeable people, put them together, and break the silos, and make a common recommendation applicable to society, useful to the society. Then suggested medicinal plant R&D organization. These are all the documentation. Many people said documentation is more important thing. Documentation of the taxonomy, documentation of the medicine value, documentation of the available biocompounds, documentation of the effect and use, and uniformity in drug. And traceability is also not. Dr. Chandrasekhar, traceability. From where did you buy? Nobody knows. Sir, Patanjali. Patanjali is only the shop which is provided. For Patanjali, who is giving the raw material? That has to be told. Then, germplasm enrichment. Thanks. Today, Dr. Manish has suggested they are going to give one full center. Here, the germplasm is to be maintained for tomorrow. If it is lost forever. You may get a money if you lost, but time and biodiversity, if it is lost forever, we have to look into it. And production of then parental lines and breeder stock, these are more important. Then production and supply of quality planting material. If that's what we establish a garden. Don't say only plant is good, ask them to carry the plant. You know, in South Canada, there is a good proverb. That proverb says, if you want to earn blessings, give them a fruit. If you want to reduce the sin, give them a plant. Such a wonderful slogan for biodiversity conservation. See, who has told them to do it? By doing this, your plants are saved. That is why the ethnic value of biodiversity conservation. Then, conservation for sustainable future. This is more important, otherwise you lose them. We have two types. You know all those things, I don't want to dwell upon it. The concerns of the medicinal plant. Most of them we are tracking only, as I told you, forest is an exhaustible resource. It is not an Akshaya Patra. It has to be done. All the medicinal plant industry should be made compulsory to raise the plant, to raise the seed, sow them back to the forest so that there is a natural regeneration of the natural wealth. Unless and until it is done, probably non-timber forest products get exhausted and you don't do it. And people go and buy. It is what it is said for this purpose, we have to do it. And the best way is the concern, ecological threats. It is already told the climate change is the biggest issue which we are now looking. Then biological threats. So low seed set, low incompatibility, sexual polymorphism, absence of pollinators. This is one of the more important things, friends. No bee population is available in the forest because of the forests have been cut, and no bees are available in the agriculture because of the indiscriminate use of the pesticides. And where are the bees? If bees are not there, there is no pollution. If the bees are not there, no honey. Honey is the most important media for medicinal plant. It is not available. So bee population, bee flora has to be revisited and enriched. Then economic threats. As I said, poor man's need and rich man's greed. Rich man's greed is more dangerous than a poor man's need. So here we have to look into these things. Then red species, rare, endangered and threatened species. This number is increasing because of the man's interventions on a wrong side. It has to be educated. Only tribals are not there today, friends. Most of the medicinal plants would have been vanished. They are the custodians, tribal people, local population. They should be enriched and all those things. Then red, we have all, red species. Pterococcus centralensis, red cedar. This is a plant which is just like a elephant ivory plant. Many people cut, every day you read the paper, especially in Andhra Pradesh. Lot of the poaching is taking place, red cedar. Wherever there, sandalwood. Even from the bungalow of the forest officer, sandalwoods are being cut. What else people cannot do it? You just imagine. right? Then this is Satavari, Asparagus racemosus, then Kutki, this is Kurru, these are a Himalayan plant. Then it is Sarpagandha. These are the things which are available, Jyotishmati, Ashok. And this is what I was referring, blue ginger. It is almost, unless you conserve it, you will be losing it. These are the few examples, because there are several examples like this which has to be given. Already Government of India has published red list, and it should be seen. But some of them are available, but unless there is a cultivation, conservation, if it comes, our forefathers were so intelligent. They have imbibed the concept of biodiversity conservation in the culture itself. Nakshatravana, Navagrahavana, Ashtadikpalakravana, then Saptarishivana, then Rasivana. Rasivana, 9 zodiac signs. In that, you have 9 plants conserved, and they are available. For example, Navagrahavana. You know Navagrahavana, 9 plants, 9 grains, 9 animals. Each graha has been given 1 grain, 1 plant, 1 animal as a vahana. As a vahana. See, snake and rat, they are fighting, but they have conserved them because of this. So, for example, Navagraha, 26 Nakshatravana, 26 plants are conserved without anybody's option. They knew man is such a this one. If we give an axe to him, he will cut by himself only. That is what is the level of greed. So there are about 17 vanas. This one name they have put it. So this is the concept of why they put them in a temple premises. Knowledge should be available for everybody who visits the temple, and they should not, because it's the religious. So it is very religious, but that God will become angry on you. Don't cut it. And the plant pot is also available to use. That is the concept. Because Ashwata, Tulsi, all those things you take. All those things have to be conserved in a one or the other way. Then prerequisites for large scale cultivation, you must know the planting material, good agriculture practices, market linkage, and all those things are a must. And you should also have a remunerative price. What Mr. was telling, if farmers are not getting a good price, why they should grow? There should be a different, many people say MSP for the food, but not MSP for the medicinal plants. At least some of them should be covered under the MSP. This is what we want. And organic linkage between producers and buyer and user. Users are there. Producer and market people, they are not having. Then fixing minimum support price per standards, what I have told you. Then merits of the commercial cultivation, uniform planting material, uniform pot is available, assured supply is there, and also the industry will flourish. These are the things which ensures a better product and high returns to the industry, and easy certification product. Certification is totally missing. Quality control is totally missing. How to do it? Why I am trying to, I am not, friends, telling anything new to you. I am making you to recapitulate what is the current status of the medicinal plant industry and how to do it, because youngsters are much more interested than they can do it. So these are things. Then thoughts for the future. Many people have said, friends, my only humble request is, at the end of the 3 days, we should give a 1-page document to the authorities, which are the areas of concern, how to go about, and what is the roadmap for the medicinal and plant industry, is only my humble request for all of you to look into these things. This is governing Ayush market is there. There are the conservation and cultivation and practices. Similarly, I have already covered them indirectly. The medicinal plant direction has to be there. At least every state should have a center of excellence for conservation of the medicinal plant. Every universities are there. There are 10 universities in the country and in a state, not a single university. They have got a medicinal plant garden, but center of excellence is not there. Government of India and Karnataka should bestow some attention towards this, other is not there. Friends, we have natural wealth. You have it and enjoy, or lose it, suffer. It is what you want. Then this is a take-home message. Take-home message is proposed national policy on every crop. There is a national policy, but there is no national policy on medicinal and aromatic plants. So some of the experts like you have come here, sit together. What could be the component of the medicinal plant policy for the years to come to follow? We can give it to sites, or to NMPB, or to ICR, or to universities. So all put us together. what should be a right roadmap to follow to save for the future generation. Otherwise, we will be losing it. Then, in conclusion or the conclusion, it's all been available. Unless we take care of the cause of the health, we are the sufferers. So, prevention is always better than cure. And most of the medicinal plants are not only medicinal drugs, they are also immune building systems. If immunity is available, no drug, no foreign pathogen will come to your health. Otherwise, everything will invade. That's why in Chiang Mai, this one where I was one of the policy maker, save plants that saves lives. Now ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಧರ್ಮೋ ರಕ್ಷತಿ ರಕ್ಷಿತಃ. It's good. Dharma rakshati rakshita. More than important, the one which rakshas you, it is the Vraksho rakshati rakshita. It's a slogan which I have little bit modified. Vraksho rakshati rakshitaha. If you save the plant, it will save you. 100% I give you guarantee. Dharma is a very big word. I don't know. Dharma is equally. That's why this Hippocrates is another biggest natural doctor. This Hippocrates has said our food should be the medicine, and he has given without any cost, you will have a medicine, friends. Sunshine, don't take anything. Pure water, the rest, regular exercise, that's the lifestyle, and unpolluted air, then the diet. If these two things are there, this will make you healthy, then it will lead to a positive thinking and compassion for the all forms of penal. It's said, what is said, ahimso paramo dharma is said in that. Same thing, the best human being on the earth is one who respects all lives on earth. Sakala jeevigaligu lesa bayasuva kulija means a person who wishes best of all the creatures, he is the right person and is respected everywhere and anywhere. With this, friends, the slogan is long slogan which I always said, amulyam aksharam nasti, ayogyam manushasya nasti, nasti mulam vinasam, ataha prayojakaha durlabha. Every letter in alphabet is important. Every human being on earth is born is important. Right? Any plant which is banned is not a waste. That is, nasti moolam manaushadam. Every green plant on earth has got a medicinal value. Ataha, but prayojakaha durlabha. The people who study and use it, they have become durlabha. So, finally, friends, nature is a cradle of life. Let us save the nature, then conserve, cultivate, commercialize, consume for the sustainable way. Thank you very much. These are the custodian of our all biodiversity. I thank the authorities for having called me and share some of the thoughts with you, not my own, but they have been given to my forefathers and my elders. Then we are passing out to you, the next generation, you are there. It is up to you now to use it, not only to study it, to investigate it, to use it, and to flourish well. Yes? So, let long live the humanity by serving, saving, and cultivating the medicinal. Thank you one and all, and thanks the KSTA and Dr. Raja Saab and all of you for having given me a patient hearing. And let us revisit and see what best we can do. Listening and forgetting is not. Listening, churning, and using it good. And wish you all the best, and wish you happy new year with a natural system of health. Thank you very much.
Can we have some questions?
Yes, most welcome.
So, Professor is ready to take some questions. Just one or two questions, please, if you are interested. Please.
You take this. I'll stand here. No issue, no issue.
It is not necessarily a question, but something I felt after hearing Dhanin sir's complete, he has extracted almost 4 or 5 decades of his complete learning. And today morning talking to Rao sir here, both of them are here. I think it's a very rare personalities when it comes to Indian context with respect to medicinal plants. Very first to hear that depth. Here one challenge what you mentioned, sir, that for future generations we are not able to leave identification of all the species. We may say we have now some 7,000 species or whatever it is. And at the same time, the taxonomy, now it's very challenging. Can we find a way? We have wonderful experts here and participants here, and many of them may be into startups. Let us integrate the technology, bring in artificial intelligence, which I am also personally working on one of the activities, wherein each and every species can be identified by the technology app, and that data can be accumulated. That data is the supreme now. So that data can be accumulated, where our stalwarts here, who are representing a good number of organizations from the national and state level institutions, can we promote a couple of startups or the starters here, experts, and bring all those information together so that the data required is captured in such a way that duplication can be avoided, one. Second, the fear of the information getting lost is something I feel in next 1 or 2 years. For that, I can join. It is not just a social service. It can become wonderful unicorns when it comes to business. That is opportunity.
Okay, good.
This is what I wanted to share.
You have your mobiles. You just open and download one. Know your plant. There is a
entire history of the plant and where all it can be.
The same thing I am telling you. Know your plant. You download that app. Identify your plant. Download the app. So that gives you the moment you take a picture, because camera is already.
We have the technology, sir.
Yes, sir. So that is one way. And probably tomorrow one of my close friends, Dr. Rao is there. A grand group of many people, and Dr. Sanjappa, the former director of BS Botanical Society of India. Anywhere we give, any confusion we have, contact 3-4 persons, immediately they will respond. It's a command. You have also got an app. Thank you very much for this very issue. Unless you know what you have in hand, it is difficult to this one.
We have expert with us.
Yeah,
we have been working on that fish,
fine.
which can be used
if
here.
you have a lecture, you can share those things.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You. There is paucity of time, and only one question. Kindly excuse me. Professor Rao, expert in that field.
Okay, but as he said, these new technologies have come, you just take a photograph and then give. These are all things, just for common man it is okay. But as a taxonomist, I can tell you closely related species cannot be identified by these photographs, number one.
Yes.
Secondly, plants are variable from one place to other. There is so much of variation. One photograph is not sufficient to identify a plant. I have seen, it has become very common now in a mobile. Everybody writes ID please, somebody will give a reply, this is this ginseng. Whether it is right or wrong, nobody knows. Unless you dissect the plant, you cannot tell the name.
No, there will be a reference index.
Yeah, therefore these things I appreciate. Yes, there are some, quickly you can say, this genus it could be, but it cannot go correctly to the species.
We agree.
Yes, but yes, I think this medicinal plant conference itself should make a recommendation that yes, one of the recommendations should be to train or give due importance for training the taxonomy, so that yes, necessary encouragement is given, but there is absolutely no encouragement, no fund, nothing comes. Apathy is there towards taxonomy. I face the problem, I know. So therefore, telling and talking is easy, but when we really want to do something, nobody supports. We are all ruled by high science people today. That's all I can tell
Take
you.
note of. Thank you, sir. So that will be there. We will take note of it and make a recommendation.
We will continue the discussion, sir. There are answers, and now we can work on the weakness.
Now we have a special talk also. The geographical indicators are missing in medicinal and aromatic plants. That's most important. Dr. Pakruddin has been given a special task on that. Probably medicinal and aromatic plants are the least considered on the geographical indicators.
Yes.
That has to come as a number one list. And one a young lady is here, and she is also trying to do that.
She is Miss Sangeeta, who is a consultant to the government for GI, especially law-related matter. Can you please get up so that others will know?
You can refer to her and her number.
Especially for GI, geographical indicators. Sir, Rao sir, just is it possible to develop an electronic nose just by smelling the plant, rub the leaves and smell, identify?
Some we can, but not all.
Not all.
Not all.
See, it's already there, sir.
Yeah.
It's there.
Okay, thank you. Now, Srinivas will make a good reference. Thank you.
So, first of all, we are very much thankful to Professor Dandin sir for his illustrious and wonderful talk. I request Professor Rajasab sir to present a pot as a token of respect to Professor Dandin sir. And also a letter of appreciation for your distinguished talk, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Bharat, nee avanu kodu.
Parijata, why is it in front of every house, you know?
Deen
Most
kodu.
important medicine plant.
Rajasab.
We know Parijata, which is only the Krishna loves it, but everybody should love it. It has the highest medicine value for everyone.
And I request Professor Raghavendra sir to present a flower pot to Professor Rajasab sir for chairing this wonderful session, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. I request Raghavendra sir to present a flower pot as token of our respect. Thank you all, and we will have a lunch break now. I request all of you please assemble back here at 2:45. 2:45, please.
memory Anthony Cooper.
Shakuntala Katre, madam, is a first class and gold medalist at post graduation from Bangalore University. Madam was the recipient of the prestigious Atomic Energy Commission scholarship for both PG studies and also her PhD work. Madam is an acclaimed teacher who has been through the career progression of nearly 40 batches of postgraduate students, and she has guided to completion research work of 12 MPhil and 30 PhD students. She has successfully completed 7 major research projects awarded by various funding agencies, and has over more than 100 research articles to her credit, published in national and also international journals of repute. Madam has presented research papers in several national and international seminars and conferences. Madam is widely travelled and has served the Bangalore University in various capacities: Chairman of the Department of Zoology, Dean of Science, Member of Syndicate, Senate Academic Council, Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board. So, Madam, after post-superannuation, Madam also associated with the Association of Biotechnology-led Enterprises, that is popularly known as ABLE Bangalore, an organization initiated by Biocon, as the Honorary Program Director for the Promotion of Science Education in Schools, Now, Madam is serving on Governing Council Management Committee of many prestigious institutions of higher learning, and Madam is involved in counseling institutions on science, education, educational quality assurance, sustenance, and also enhanced endeavors. So, Madam also worked as a senior academic consultant at NAC. With this brief introduction about Madam, on behalf of KST and on behalf of all of you, and my own behalf, hearty welcome you, Madam, and thank you for accepting our invitation to chair this session. Over to you, Madam. I request you to please introduce Professor Rao, sir. Is there, Madam? Raghavendra Rao, sir. Yes.
Good afternoon to everybody, and very happy New Year, because I'm meeting you all for the first time. I was feeling like an odd person out in the crowd, because probably I'm the zoologist amongst the botanists. So I wondered how I fit into this company, except that both botany and zoology form the living souls of the entire biosphere. I should place on record my appreciations to both KSTA as well as Dr. Ramesh and his colleagues for inviting me to this conference, national conference on maps and conservation of and agricultural practices related to it, particularly with reference to plants as new innovations in drug discovery and how they are going to be of use in future, taking into the hold that nature itself is like a pharmacy in as far as the botanical as well as to some extent zoological specimens are concerned. I'm quite intrigued that I have been associated to be here when an erudite Dr. Raghavendra Rao, who is a distinguished botanist, who has over 50 years of experience in plant taxonomy, ethnobotany and biodiversity conservation, is going to present after my brief introduction to his contributions. He has served in leadership roles, including director grade scientist at NBRI and CIMAP, CSIR emeritus scientist and INSA honorary scientist. Dr. Rao has contributed significantly to research and education, guiding 14 PhD scholars and publishing 250 research papers and 14 books. He has received numerous awards, including the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Lifetime Achievement Award of 2022 and the Life Achievement Award for the Indian Botanical Society of 2022. Several plant species are named in his honor. Dr. Rao is an elected member of several prestigious science academies in India and abroad. He is also an honorary fellow of KSTA. Dr. Rao has served on various national scientific committees and editorial boards, influencing policy and research in plant sciences. His contributions extend to international lectures and conferences, furthering global collaboration in botanical research. I'm sure his erudite presentation will blow your mind, and then it will give a lot of thought and food for thought for carrying it on into your further research and studies, especially for the youngsters who are in the audience. May I now request Rao to present his.
Thank you very much, Madam. I am indeed privileged to present this talk. Yeah, thank you. In this talk, under the chairmanship of Madam Shakuntala, Madam and myself were more or less contemporaries. She was in zoology, Bangalore, and I was in botany, Gangotri. So we used to, whenever used to have some discussions with among ourselves, invariably we used to talk about her work and all that. So in that way, I know her for last 50 years. Thank you for a nice introduction. And I must also thank KSTA and also Dr. Ramesh for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to stand before you. In fact, after the Rio de Janeiro convention on international convention, which is called CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, all the countries of the globe have increasingly come to realize that the countries having rich biodiversity are going to rule the world and not the dollar-rich nations like America. So this is a very significant impression that has come out now during the last few years. Countries having rich biodiversity are going to rule. So not the America. So India fortunately has a very rich biodiversity. I am not talking of biodiversity, but understand, very rich biodiversity we have, unparalleled diversity. Even China cannot be compared with India in terms of infra-specific variations. So therefore, there is no doubt that India can rule the world in the coming decades. How do we do that? It is not just putting an iron fence all around our biodiversity and say that India is very rich, so we are going to rule. No, that is not the one. Until and unless you convert our biological wealth into economic wealth, you cannot become strong. So therefore, our agenda for 21st century, for biological agenda, should be to convert our biological wealth into economic wealth, monetary wealth. That is, how do we do that? That is by way of bioprospection, by way of product development. Product development at the global level we have to go so that India can become rich and it becomes strong. Now I have taken this medicinal plant group is one group that can be directly cached. In fact, this is a very, very attractive group. Immediately you can catch and convert that into monetary wealth and all that. So therefore, KSTA I must compliment and congratulate for selecting a theme on medicinal plants to discuss on, particularly at this juncture when we have realized that biodiversity is nothing but our economic gold. So therefore, I must thank Dr. Ramesh and all his team for selecting this and also giving me this opportunity to stand before you. And this title was also, I think, suggested by them, only role of Ethnobotany in search of newer drug plants. Now, before I go into the importance of ethnobotany, I would like to also tell you very briefly one or two botanical adventures, which I always call them as botanical adventures. You may be wondering what adventure can be there with grasses. In fact, man is orbiting on moon. Today, you talk of adventure, but my stories when I tell, they are in no way less than the adventures which the modern man is doing today. I take only two, there are dozens of instances like this, but only two important cases I take and discuss and make you understand how important the ethnic knowledge is. This ethnic knowledge can change the entire human civilization. In fact, some of the major discoveries, plant-based discoveries, are all based on traditional knowledge. So therefore, I take only two instances. Number one is the discovery of cinchona. Morning, the reference was made. Discovery of cinchona. How the cinchona was discovered? It is ethnic knowledge only. Today we know alquinine. Somewhere between the mid of 16th century, you can imagine the civilization of middle of 16th century, you can imagine. 100 years ago, what was the civilization? You cannot imagine. Think of some 400 years ago, what was the civilization? At that time, no motor car, nothing. Man was eating and dying. That's all. I think not much of any progress. It is during this time, malaria was very rampant. And it was such a disease that if anybody gets malaria, it is 100% certain that fellow is going to die. That was very clear. Millions of people died throughout the world. And during this time, there were a group of botanists, I don't call them botanists, herbalists. there were a group of herbalists traveling around the Peruvian forest, South America, in search of medicinal plants. Look at this, the interest developed at that time. And they were searching plants, and one of the herbalists was feeling very thirsty, no water to drink, and he was searching for water everywhere, and he did not find water. And ultimately he comes across a place where there was very dirty, nasty smelling water in a stagnant pond. And this herbalist wants to drink that water, and his colleagues stop him saying that, hey, if you drink this, you are going to die. Then he says, in any case, I am having malaria. So he was 100% sure that 1 month or 2 months was his time. He is going to die because malaria was, definitely it was 100% he is going to die. So said, let me drink this water and die. So he drank that water, and for the surprise of himself, as for surprise of everybody, he did not die. Rather, he was playing football. So this made people understand what is this. This fellow did not die, and that information spread like wildfire everywhere. And people started coming. There is a pond, very dirty water, and you drink that water, your malaria will be cured. So that spread that news world like a wildfire, and people started coming and taking that water. Water started receding. The Peruvians never wanted to lose their monopoly, and what we are talking of biopiracy, it was also there at that time. So never wanted to lose their monopoly. So what they did, they put an iron fence and appointed a priest to give some 2 spoons of water, just like temples we give tirtha. So in that way, he was asked to give water, and many people got cured. The governor's wife was also suffering from malaria. Her name was Sincon, Duchess of Sincon. She was also suffering, and she also took that water and got her cured. And this fellow who first got cured, he started thinking. That curiosity developed there. All these days people were eating and dying. I told that the so-called thinking started at that time. How this water can cure? That fellow came again and then surveyed the ponds all around the place and found only one difference I can find is there are some logs of wood fallen here, whereas in the other ponds there are no logs. So ultimately he concluded it must be because of this log of wood, and then he named that log of the tree as Sincona in honor of that governor's wife. So that is how Sincona, then a series of experiments started crudely, and then they established it is quinine and all that. The interesting thing is the adventures I am talking. The director of the Royal Botanic Garden, Kew, wanted to grow Sincona in India. So at that time we were under British rule. So they requested the director of that Royal Garden, one Mr. Markham, he was a very renowned botanist. They requested him, you please go and some seeds. So he came, just took a flight and, right? No flight, he took 6 months. 6 months, poor fellow traveled all the way. He came to Peru and then collected a large amount of seeds, and also a few seeds he kept it in his pocket also. The Peruvians came to know that this fellow has collected the seeds. The Royal Botanic Garden director was manhandled, and all the seeds were killed by pouring boiling oil on all those seeds. And the fellow came with only a handful of seeds. From that he raised a nursery. The original nursery raised by him is in Nilgiri today. Even in the top Nilgiri hills, if you go, you can see this. Then series of experiments started. The thousands, millions of people who are dying were all stopped because of the discovery of this Sincona. That is how the knowledge, traditional knowledge spread, and then. It is at this time, there was another person collecting plants in Amazon forest. His name was Richard Spruce. He was collecting plants for just supplying. He was not a botanist, nor a herbalist, but he was collecting plants for his livelihood. So he used to send the plants and then get money and earn his livelihood. And in doing so, he at one place, he observed the very curious thing. What is that very curious thing? Tribal boys were playing with ball, throwing the ball and it is rebouncing. Now what greatness is there in that? You throw the ball, it comes up. Is there anything greatness? But that time rubber was not there. You can imagine. He found it so curious. Then he also threw something, but it is not coming. Then he goes to those tribal boys And in his own dialect, he asks, are you doing some black magic or something? How is it? You throw something, it is rebounding. And the tribal boys take him to a tree and then scratch it, a kind of milky juice comes and all that, they harden it and then show that, and that he writes that a tree with milky juice shows elastic property. And he made a herbarium specimen and sent it, and 50 years people forgot. Nobody knew what is rubber. And one sudden fine morning when the specimens were seen, they found there is a plant, I think it must be very interesting. So they sent a big delegation of scientists all the way from Kew to the place where the Richard Spruce had collected the plant. And in that delegation there was a person called Priestley. He was a chemist. And he was very methodical, and when he was making notes in not with nice fountain pens which we are using now, pencil. He was making notes in pencil, and sometime when he was writing, suddenly he made a mistake. When he made a mistake, he had that so-called the elastic material in his hand. By intuition, just he rubbed it, and the pencil mark got erased. And he did it for 2-3 times, and then it got erased, and he started jumping, joy. This can remove pencil mark. And he called it rubber. For the first time, he called it rubber. Now, can you imagine a human civilization without rubber today? Starting from, after that, again, I will cut this story short. A large number of experiments are conducted. Goodyear came and he started that you boil it with sulfur, it becomes very hard, and that paved the way for cycle tires and later on scooter, cars, rocket, everything today. The entire human civilization changed because of discovery of one plant, and because of discovery of one plant associated with some tribal information. What is that information? A plant has this, it shows elastic property. So the ethnic knowledge changed the entire human civilization. So that is the significance of ethnic knowledge or ethnobotany, which the modern scientists today underestimate that. They don't think there is no science in this, and they don't want to encourage this. There is a very serious apathy shown to this subject. 50 years I have been fighting, so therefore I know what is the situation today. So all the high science people today, there is no science. What is, you go, so you say something, it is used for diabetes, you write it and publish it. What is your contribution? There is nothing new. So this is I think I have been fighting with my own colleagues. My point I want to say is ethnic knowledge is so important that you cannot neglect ethnic knowledge, because it is from this lot of new discoveries are made. I think this is my title and my email. Youngsters can note down, and even after the conference, if anybody want to interact with me or discuss with me, you are all welcome. Not going? Huh? Okay. Huh? Not working? Yeah. Okay, that's all. Okay. Yeah. So therefore, I will now very quickly I will go, because I must finish my talk within the time allotted. Herzberger coined the term first so-called ethnobotany in 1876. It doesn't mean ethnobotany started with 1876. Ever since human civilization started, ethnobotany was there. But he coined the term only to define the study of plants used by aboriginal people. Aboriginal people or the tribal people or the ethnic people, that one. And world over, this ethnic knowledge has changed. There are dozens of stories attached to this. Rubber, soothing beverage like tea and cinchona, all that is because of the discovery of ethnic knowledge only. What is the significance about this ethnic knowledge? Ethnic knowledge significance is Adivasi people live in remote areas, number one. And they are cut off from the modern civilization or contact with the modern people. Their life depends on the surrounding vegetation, whatever is there available, whether it is a food plant, whether it is an edible plant, whether it is a medicinal plant, everything they gather from the surrounding plant for their day-to-day existence. And by way of trial and error method, this is very important for us. Trial and error method, they have perfected the usage of certain plants. Now today, if a tribe says that this is an anti-diabetic plant, it is not his information, That information has percolated over several generations. It has stood the test of time. It has perfected during the several generations. Therefore, 100% accuracy I will attach. You may think as a tribal, what do they don't know even how to dress and what you can learn from them. This is the attitude of the modern scientists today. But the information they have is not their information. Over several generations it has percolated and perfected. If there is a medicinal plant, if there is a poisonous plant, now today we can say poisonous plant. How did it come? Several people must have died eating that fruit or leaves or whatever it is. That is how they have been able to assess that this is a medicinal poisonous plant. So therefore, by trial and error method, they have acquired huge amount of information, and this information is passed on from one generation to other only through oral folklore. There is no written textbook or data bank or anything. Only it passes through one generation to other through their oral folklore. Therefore, my point is, I want to say this ethnic knowledge is a valuable information for us. We cannot just neglect that this is a useless. So this information, even more than your systematic scientific investigation, I will talk about this also, is perfected here because several thousands of years have gone into this. Indian region is an emporium of ethnobotanical wealth. We are very fortunate. One side, there is a rich biodiversity, as I told, in our country. The other side, the rich biodiversity is associated with ethnic knowledge because almost 550 ethnic tribes are there in India. They live in remote forested areas and they depend on that. So every tribe has their own set of plants used for their day-to-day life. So it is not one or two, hundreds of species they use, and each one of the species is a worthwhile, I think we should investigate. That is the one thing. And I'm sorry. Yeah, the red one, this profound traditional knowledge on resource use and their conservation by tribals provide modern scientists unparalleled opportunities. I have specifically unparalleled scientific opportunities for research and product development, but we are not making use of that. You apply for a project, ethnobotany project, I can write it in review, your project will never be approved. Today this is the situation. But we talk on places like this, oh, ethnobotany is so important, everybody talk, taxonomy is important, fieldwork is important, but when the question of giving something comes, no, you will be rejected. What is there? A molecular biology, he is an elite scientist, he has done wonderful. What is that? You are only a fieldwork going with a bag, collecting plants and all that. So that impression has come. So therefore today, I must tell them that it has unparalleled opportunity. Each plant you can take and do wonders because it is a authentic information that has come over several generations. Is it okay? Then I will go further. Okay. Now, you see, these are all the tribal concentrated areas. Anyway, I will skip some of these things. As I told, 550 ethnic tribes are there in our country. Each one has several sub-tribes. Naga tribe, for example. Nagas, if you take, there are 16 sub-tribes. Each one have their own dialect, their own living way of culture, everything. So therefore, you can imagine how much amount of information is hidden among themselves. That is number one. And secondly, if you do not record now, if the tribal resource person dies, a library of information is gone. In fact, already 70% of the information we have lost because we have not recorded. People have died. There are no other takers. So therefore, it is high time that we should record some of these users. This is just a tribe from Andaman where we published the paper long back. So just to show this is how look. And if I show you to a molecular biology, biotechnology, you say, what I should learn from this fella? Is it science? So this is the attitude. But the knowledge they have, unparalleled. They may not dress up like you with a suit and boot, but the knowledge they have is excellent. Yes. It is a synthetic discipline. Ethnobotany is not just ethnobotany, but synthetic. You want geography, you want anthropology, linguistics, culture, geography, taxonomy, ecology, all that is needed. But in our country, even today, I am telling, we have not done one publication based on this interdisciplinary approach. Just a botanist will go, make a list of plants and publish, or an anthropologist will go, bring a list of plants used for headache or stomach pain or whatever it is, publish, but real ethnobotany work we have not done. Yes. Now, I think this is again from my paper, and there are ways of doing ethnobotanical work. I think the youngsters should know this. Number one is field work. That is a must. You go to the tribal areas and identify a resource person and go and collect all the plants, show it to him for what purpose you use, record it properly along with the local name, what he calls. I think that's very important. Or you take him with you, go around the village, ask him what for you use this, how do you use this, how many times, how many days you use it, all the data you can collect it. That is one way of doing. The other one is herbarium specimens. Herbarium specimens actually are very important. Now herbarium is a data bank on plants. Today, most of the universities consider herbarium is a place where dead plants are kept. Why do you want air conditioner? When we are doing so much of work, we are not having AC. Why do you want for dead plants AC? Now, they do not know the importance of the herbarium. Herbarium is a permanent record. It is a data bank on plants. If there are 500 specimens, 5 million specimens in a herbarium, 5 million data is there. That is very important. Now, sitting in one place, I want to know from the country today all anti-cancer plants of India. I can go to the herbarium and make a big list and say, this is the list of plants. So herbarium is a data bank. Anything you want to do, you can work. But herbaria do not get any importance in this present day modern world, because again we are all ruled by molecular biologists who consider herbarium is useless. There is nothing. I hope if I am wrong, you can correct. I think there are very intelligent fellows here. Yeah. And of course, another one is the ancient literature, including the travelogues and all that. We can just collect that one. And archaeological sites, and I think these are all the things we are not going. At least first one or two these things, at least we should be very familiar. And if they want to know the details of all the methodology, I have published a paper. I think you can ask me, I will send, or you can Google it out, you will come to know. Yeah. Now, considering the importance of ethnobotany, a few years back, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, they launched a all India coordinated project on ethnobotany, and in that project, you can see how many plants, medicine. You forget all this, only medicine. 7,500 species are said to be medicinal. We have collected from all over the country by different groups. Now 7,500 plants are there. Why there is not a product? Why there is not one product? And every plant I consider is a Sanjeevani plant. But why there are no products? This is what I will come to that. Now, of course, this is already somebody has told. One of the earliest works, one of the earliest and very authoritative work is that of Hortus Malabaricus. Its entire work is based on the hereditary physician of Malabar, traditional knowledge, entire traditional knowledge, E.T. Achyutan, who gave all the information about the medicinal plants of that time, and Van Reed is the person who recorded everything and published it in 12 volumes, 595 pages. It contains 702 plant species, from Kerala, Malabar region. So you can imagine this is one of the very authoritative, very wonderful one, and that is called Hortus Malabaricus, which has been translated, that was in Latin, which has been translated to English by Professor Manilal. 38 years he spent only in translating this, because of the fact Hortus Malabaricus is a pre-Linnaean publication. Pre-Linnaean publication means there were no binomial names are not there, all polynomials. So therefore, equating the polynomial with the present day binomial is also very difficult. So he took almost 38 years to translate that to English, and then later on he published it in Malayalam also. Now my point is, such a tremendous work he has done. The fellow, I am extremely sorry to say that only last week he expired. I don't know, many of you know, a great gentleman, a great botanist, a great taxonomist of Kerala. He was also awarded Padma Shri. So the fellow died, only last week he died, but we should always remember him. And this is the person, Itiachutan. Actually, he is the one, a hereditary physician who has given so much of information. And this information is based again, please remember, it is not he has given his information. It has percolated. With trial and error method, it has been perfected and accumulated over several generations. Now, in addition to that, we have Rigveda, Sushruta Samhita, Charaka Samhita. Dr. Dandin also made a reference. Charaka Samhita, for example, there are so many names. There are problems are also associated with that, I will tell just now. But you can understand, these figures have no sanctity. Don't worry about the figures. My point is that there are large number of plants mentioned in Charaka Samhita. You consider Charaka Samhita as an authoritative treatise. If you consider an authoritative treatise, why not you go for product then? Why we are not able to bring a product? That is the question. Now, in also Vedic literature also, we have like plants like Sariva, Soma, Sanjeevani. What is that Sanjeevani? We don't know. Sanjeevani is a plant which has that miraculous property of bringing back to life almost a dead person. We all know, I think, that story. I think I will tell that. It's all botanical riddle today. There are many botanical riddles. I will talk one by one. Now, Soma, for example, we are all very familiar with Scotch whisky. Scotch whisky is one, comes from Scotland, so I think everybody must be familiar except some good people like me. Except some good people like me, I think everybody must be familiar. Scotch whisky comes from Scotland. Scotch whisky comes from Scotland, which is small. It is much smaller than any district in our country. And that small country is through beverage, it's harvesting money from both hands. Look at, they are ruling the beverage world today, Scotch world. But we had a drink, alcoholic drink, highly invigorating, highly tonic, highly antiphatic tonic drink called Soma in Vedic literature. Now, Soma is such a powerful drink, it was. Poor people who are not able to afford Soma, those days, they used to go behind the persons who had taken Soma, and whenever they used to urinate, they collect their urine and drink. Now, please understand, people were prepared to drink even urine because of Soma. What is that Soma? The active principle in Soma passes through the alimentary system of human beings almost unmetabolized. Whatever property Soma has, urine also has the same property. So therefore, they were even prepared to drink. That was the craze for Soma. That was such an important drink. And it was 5,000 years old. Not 1 or 2,000, 5,000 years old drink. We have forgotten Soma. We do not know what is Soma. We do not know the technology involved in Soma. What are the surrogates of Soma? We do not know. All these plants which I have listed is, in the Soma. This is a gymnosperm is attributed as a surrogate. A fungus is attributed as a surrogate. A flowering plant is attributed as a surrogate. So any plant is attributed as a surrogate of Soma, but we do not know. Suppose we reselect the technology of Soma, India can become one of the richest countries. We can lock off the monopoly of Scotch. I think we should all take up this kind of work. One plant can change the economy of the country, not 8,000 species. I think that's the one. This one, Podophyllum hexandrum. I will quickly go because they all are very important medicinal plants. I don't want to tell the stories of this thing, but very quickly I will go. Next. Now, Himalaya is a wonderful place. Himalaya is an abode of life-saving plants like Sanjeevani. Because we know Sanjeevani because of Ramayana. Lakshmana becomes unconscious, and Lord Ram sends Hanuman to go and bring Sanjeevani plant from Himalaya. Why did he not send it to Western Ghat? Western Ghat is very near to Sri Lanka. But he sent all the way, go to Himalaya, because even during the epic days of Ramayana, Himalaya was known as a place where Sanjeevani-like plants are growing. What is that Sanjeevani? As I said, any plant that has that miraculous property of bringing back to life almost a dead person who is in coma, he can just rejuvenate himself. Such a wonderful property. And Hanuman comes there, and morning I think all these fellows talked, yes, taxonomy is very difficult, and even Hanuman could not identify Sanjeevani. So it was a big problem for him. So he was capable of lifting the mountain, but he could not identify that plant. Imagine, taxonomist's job is not so easy. So, he, please listen, he took the mountain and he comes all the way to Sri Lanka, and Lord Ram was conservation conscious fellow. And he says, hey, you have brought the whole mountain, all these plants will die here, why did you bring all this, you have not done a good job, please put this mountain back. He orders Lord Hanuman, and Hanuman again, ardent servant of Ram, he comes all the way, and on the way he thinks, Lord Ram is not correct, because war is going on now. My presence more needed there in Lanka, rather than putting this mountain back. He throws that mountain in between and goes back. That mountain which fell down is supposed to be the Gandhamardhan Parvat in Orissa, where similar plants that we find in the Himalayas, we find there. It is a phytogeographic story connection, but whether you believe in the story or not, it is immaterial. There may be science, may not be. But even during the epic days of Ramayana, people knew that Himalaya is a place where Sanjeevani-like plants are there. We surveyed this area, and of course, even the DRDO people have took up this case, and they surveyed the area, and I was first person to survey the Valley of Flowers. Hanuman visited Valley of Flowers. That was called Kakabusandi Valley in Ramayana. So, the DRDO people, they surveyed this area, and based on ethnic knowledge, Solo, Ladakhi name, based on ethnic knowledge, not systematic surveying, based on ethnic knowledge, they identified a plant which they called rhodiola walliciana, which is a cold desert plant, which has immunomodulatory, adaptogenic, radiopathic abilities. This is the only species that has got the nullifying effect of gamma radiation. A wonderful medicinal plant that I have got. Our Honorable Prime Minister once or twice, I think, made a reference about this particular plant in the TV. I don't know, some of you must have heard, so saying that there is a plant in Ladakh called Solo, and that kind of plant should be brought out and for the whole welfare of the human being. So what he meant was, we should go for global level products, making use of such. It's a ready-made information. On one side plant is there, associated information is there. You should go and now go for bioprospection team, develop a big team of scientists, including taxonomies. Of course, the taxonomies are always eliminated, but including taxonomies, take a big group, take 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, but at the end of the day, bring one product that is the greatest service you can do to science and also to yourself. Yes. This is that plant, Rhodiola walliciana. I think the slides are here. I don't know if anybody wants to take all these slides, they can copy. Yeah. Now, based on the, again, elsewhere, not from India, how ethnic knowledge has played a major role in drug development. For example, all these plants, I don't want to read, there is a big list now, atropine, codeine, cyanarine, digitoxin, ephedrine, all these based on ethnic knowledge. Remember, based on ethnic knowledge, so many drugs we have already obtained. Plant source, atropa, ephedra, I have given podophyllum and all that. So you can clinical use, these are the ones. But my point is, we have not been able to bring a global level product. Now, until and unless you bring one global level product, economy of the country will not change. Yes? Now, in the Himalaya itself, and I have served for a number of years in Himalaya, so therefore I am giving emphasis on Himalaya. In the Himalaya itself, large number of tribes, they use some of these plants very commonly. Ephedra, podophyllum hexandrum. This is one plant, I think this is beyond doubt, it is proved that this is a wonder plant for anti-cancer and anti-HIV. It's a wonderful medicinal plant that we have in. All are important, of course, others I don't say unimportant, all are important, but I think based on the cross-cultural studies, we should go for podophyllum, immediately go for developing some products. At the local level, I think I must congratulate all these companies also. At the local level, Himalaya Drug Companies, Armani, Allen's, all these Himalaya Drug Companies, all these companies have developed, all are again ethnic knowledge. Remember this, not by systematic investigation from A to Z, they have not done this. Based on the ethnic knowledge, they have developed already some products, small level, small products. But what I mean to say is that, as morning it was also raised, how much true they are all to the plant. See, this is the thing. Scientific evaluation is very much needed, and pharmacopoeia should be developed based on the scientific evaluation. Unless we do that, it cannot reach the global level market. And that has to be done. I think India should now, I think medicinal plants, those who are interested, should take up research in this direction. Any one plant go for a pharmacopoeia, develop a pharmacopoeia, it should go for global level product. But all are wonderful medicinal plants. These products are already there, you know. I have written syrup, all this. They are all working very well, but regional level or at the national level, but they have not reached at the global level. So I think that's, I want to emphasize more. Now, these are all some of the Himalayan plants, wonderful plant, for example, this, this is Aconitum, very important, highly medicinal plant. It has got tubers, very bitter, and 2,000 rupees a kg. It was, I think, some 10-15 years. Now, Dr. Dandin may be knowing, it may be, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 rupees a kg for one. And the plant is extremely rare in the Himalaya. 5 kilometers you walk, you may not get 2 plants. Now, biotechnologists are there in our country. Why they are not able to multiply this into truckload? You truckload this. My point is, they say, you give me 1 cell, 1 leaf, I will give you 100 plants. Take this plant, develop your own entrepreneurship, and develop truckload. Make money, you become rich, country becomes rich. So this is exactly what is needed. We have to select such plants. Now, this is Podophyllum, I already told. This is again important. This is, I think, Dr. Dandin also told, Picrorhiza crua, very bitter plant. 1 centimeter plant, twig, you put it in bucket of water, 1 spoon you cannot drink. So bitter. It is said to be very highly good for anti-diabetic. Why should we not go for then? When we know the information, should go for product development. I think these are all some of the things I will go. And in South India also, of course, Western Ghat also is very important. There are large number of medicinal plants. This is one of the wonder plants for Parkinson disease and L-DOPA, Parkinson disease. And this plant is only one, I will say. This is Trichopas zeylanicus. It's a Jivani, it is a Agastyamalai hills. The local people say, the traditional ethnic people say, that you eat some seeds of, fruits of this, and it gives you so much of strength and energy that without eating food for the whole day, you can carry 50 kg weight on your back and climb the Agastyamalai mountains. Imagine how much energy it gives. Without eating food on Ekadasi day in our place, if there are no food, they will be sleeping already, no food. See, this is the thing. You take some seeds, it gives so much of strength and energy. Is it not a miraculous plant? I will say this is a miraculous plant. What have we done? What have we done then? When we know the ethnic knowledge associated with this is there, but we have not been able to develop. So therefore now I think this is high time that what has been said only we go on repeating, that is not required now. Take the young people, I think you should do what your seniors could not do, you should do. I think take any one of these plants, take your entire life, 30 years, and at the end of the day bring a project. I think product, that's what is required. Quickly I will go. And in church, there is another problem for us. I think morning I was also talking to him. There is another problem. Why are we not bringing a product? There is one problem is this. If any pharmaceutical company comes and asks me, I want to establish 500 crores, I want to put and establish a company to develop anti-diabetic drug, please tell me 5 very important plants from India. I have no answer. Nobody has any answer. I can give 500 plants. Anti-diabetic plants, but best 5 plants, I don't have answer. So even prioritization or shortlisting of last building of species has not been done. So same is the story with Charaka Samhita. You take for example Charaka Samhita, you see, I don't want to read all this, those of you are interested, you can take yourself. There is a Miliaceae plant, there is an Acanthaceae plant, there is again a Picrorhiza scrofulariaceae plant, all plants are there, they are all for jaundice. Right? Now next slide also is also same. So there are so many plants in Charaka Samhita which are said to be effective for jaundice. Right? Now if I see them botanically unrelated, chemically unrelated, phylogenetically unrelated, how can I believe if A is good, how B can also be good, C can also be good? This doubt I get even in authoritative work like Charaka Samhita. Is it okay? Because unrelated plants are there. They are all said to be very effective. Botanically, phylogenetically, they are not connected. So therefore, this is a problem. I am facing. So therefore, I cannot tell anybody that this is the best plant for diabetes, I cannot tell, nor any other person. Same is the case for fever. Look at this, large number of plants, which are all said to be same. I think I don't want to read, but the slides will be available. All these plants are said to be good for fever. Now, which is the best plant? Can anybody tell which is the best plant? I want to put 500 crores on this for the development. No, I cannot put my money on all these plants, but best plant, no. So prioritization or shortlisting of species has to be done. That is very important now. I think the 21st century scientists should take up this one. Now you come to ethnobotanical aspect now. In ethnobotany, it is the tribal related botany. For diarrhea and dysentery, you survey the entire country, and different tribes, they use the same unrelated plant, the same story what we see in Charaka Samhita. Same is the story. Is it okay? So unrelated plants are all said to be very effective, even in ethnobotanical data. Yes. Now anti-malaria, same is the story. Different tribes, different plants are using. Clear? Now I will come to the opposite of this. That means same plant being used for the same ailment by unrelated tribes. Yes, are you able to understand? Now here is a plant which Rajasthan also uses, Mizoram also uses, Tamil Nadu also uses. So what does this indicate? Without even scientific investigation, I can conclude it must be a very effective plant. Any doubt, anybody? Why I don't want to go for scientific evaluation? Because everybody is using this plant, I will say that yes, this must be. So this is what is called cross-cultural ethnobotanical study. Unfortunately, cross-cultural ethnobotanical study also we have not done in our country. Yes, anything?
No, I am telling you.
Yes, cross-cultural ethnobotanical study also we have not done. So therefore, if you want to, you see, same is the case of your Bhumi Amla, Phyllanthus amurus. Everybody, it is a very effective plant, and 100% I am certain that this plant is one of the wonderful medicinal plant for jaundice. Then where is the product? What we do is we crush the plant, put it in milk and give it to the person who is suffering from jaundice, he will be cured. So I know it is 100% effective. But why not we bring a product and make money? We have to make India strong. So that is where our contribution should come. Not that somebody said, I think my job is only to do research. No, yes, you should, your research, your data develop in such a way that the companies are able to use your data and go for product development. That is the one. I think this is the same thing. So this kind of studies is known as the cross-cultural study. I think every one of you should read this. Use of a particular species for the same ailment by different unrelated ethnic groups indicates its efficacy and potential. So therefore, what we need to do today is not just the ethnobotanical study, but cross-cultural ethnobotanical study. 550, suppose you are working on Tamil Nadu, ethnobotany of Tamil Nadu, there is an anti-diabetic plant. 550 ethnic tribes are there. How many tribes are also using this plant as an anti-diabetic? That you should try to look into. For that, what we need? We need a ethnobotanical database of all the tribes. Then you can compare. Unfortunately, we don't have ethnobotanical database for all tribe-wise database is also not there. So therefore, even if we want to do something, there are several lacunae or shortcomings which we are not able to achieve. But point is, we have to attempt at some point of time. So that's why I am bringing this. So cross-cultural ethnobotany today, I define this as a way of bioprospection. So bioprospection is not the monopoly of biotechnologists. It is a field botanist can do bioprospection at the species level. So what I do through cross-cultural studies is also bioprospection. And the same thing they do at the molecular level. So bioprospection at the species level I do. So therefore, my role as a field botanist is very important because I tell this is the best plant for cancer, then only you can build the mansion. So therefore, field botanists are neglected, ethnobotanists are neglected. Nobody wants taxonomy today these days. Everybody wants taxonomy, but when giving something, no, of course I have got everything, I have nothing to regret. I don't know, because of fear also every committee has given me. But my point is, anybody applies anything, no, they will not get. You apply for a fellowship, no, you will not get. You will award, you will not get. You will be evaluated with a molecular biology. Why should you be evaluated with a molecular biology? Yours is a descriptive science. You should be evaluated with other taxonomies, not with molecular biologists. This is what is happening, but I have been fighting with all molecular biologists and biotechnologists in this country last 50 years, and if you talk to any molecular biologist in the country, RRR is a very quarrelsome fellow, they will say. So, but I don't mind, I don't need a certificate, but I fight for this subject. Taxonomy is so important, without that you cannot do anything, but still you don't want to support. Herbarium is so important, you say, but you don't want to support herbarium. Ethnobotany is important, nobody wants to support any of these things. So therefore, I think you may become some big positions in the coming decades. At least you should try to support all these kind of studies. Yeah. So definition of bioprospection is what I have written in red. Conversion of traditional knowledge into a product, making use of modern science and technology is bioprospection. That is my definition, yes. Now already there are good example, I think I don't want to read, and Professor Dundee knows this. Phylantha samura is well known, Trichopa zeylanicus is well known, Podophyllum hexandrum, Arnebia, all these things have already formed base for bioprospection in our country. I think they should go on. Now, as I said, the globally available, if you survey globally available plant-based drugs, if you see, already available, not from India, globally available, 74% come from the herbal drugs or from the follow-up of traditional leads only. Imagine, what is your contribution, modern science? I ask this. 74 comes from traditional leads, ethnic knowledge, tribal people to whom you do not want to support, and take this 74% of this entire thing. So the ethnobotany plays a major role in search of medicinal drugs, newer plants, newer drug plants, newer edible, anything you take, ethnobotany plays a major role. So scrutinize these rich ethnic natural resources for further chemical, pharmacological and clinical studies, development of potential herbal medicines, I think that has to be done. Now, take for example, I told 119 plant-based drugs, 74 are from traditional and almost 50 pharmaceutical leads from botanical leads only, from the ethnic leads only. Whereas, you read this, systematic survey has proved unsatisfactory. Based on scientific investigation, unsatisfactory. Ethnic leads, yes, it is. And another thing is also what we need to do is, anything when we talk is not a fixed source. A plant is variable. You please understand this. It is not, I have studied this plant from this campus, its chemistry, cytology, everything. It is not end of it. If this plant grows in 100 other locations, you should see how different it is. So they are invariably, they are highly variable. So that is what I want to say. Tropical species are well known for their variability. Any plant you take, you should see. For example, nothopoditis is a good example. In fact, anti-cancer compound was known from Camptotheca acuminata from China. It was only monopoly of China at one time. And China was reluctant to give camptothecin for India for reasons known to them. But our scientists, particularly ethnobotanists, they surveyed, they have come out with a plant, Nothopoditis foetida, which is much higher concentration in camptothecin. So we have broken down the monopoly of China. I think all this comes from ethnic knowledge. Yes. Now this is that plant, Maphia foetida. Now recently the tree scientists have also come out with another plant called Miculia. This is the one, Miculia dentata, which is the highest concentration of camptothecin in the entire plant world known so far. So we know all these compounds are there. How it has come? Pure ethnic knowledge, tribal knowledge only, it has come. So ethnobotany plays a significant role in drug discovery, yes. Now, these are all anti-cancer. What I did from literature, I have taken ethnobotanically important plant from, this is from literature. Now, wherever I have put in red, these are the ones used by more than one tribe. That means it must be very potential, highly potential species. Somebody should take up as anti-cancer plant and go for product development. Wherever I have put Bainia, Aphanomyxis polystachya is a good anti-cancer plant. This is a Miliaceae plant. And Butea, Mesoophyria, these are the ones, yes, anti-cancer plants. And this is a wonder plant again for Parkinson disease, Eldofa. This is the one, Mucuna pruriens. The seeds contain eldofin, which is a wonderful drug for, again, all comes from ethnic knowledge, ethnobotany. Yeah. And of course, this is for Northeast India. Those of you who are interested in Northeast India, I have made a list of plants which should be taken up by the biologists for going for product development, because each one of these is a gold mine by itself. For example, you take for example this Cordyceps sinensis. One single mushroom of this much size costs 200 rupees. We do not have the cultivation trials. We do not know the cultivation of this. Fine. If you develop cultivation technology, cultivate this on large scale and make money. You will be the richest man in India. But that is what I am telling. See, exactly we should select such species which can change the economy of the country. Yeah. Now, Panax is a Viagra plant. Now it's a wonderful 1,000 rupees per kg. It is sold in Nagaland and all that. And China has got already a name. Chinese Panax is well known. And we are a strong competitor. But unfortunately, if you see what is the situation of Panax today, even the taxonomy is not solved. There is so much confusion in the taxonomy, even that we have not been able to solve. So much of variation. So this is where we stand. On one side, we should feel proud to say that India has a very rich biodiversity, richer than China. On the other side, we should feel sorry that we have not been able to bring any product at the global level. Yeah. Again, the same thing I have given. And I told there is a plant, Zivani. This is a wonder plant. I told miraculous plant. The same miraculous plant, more or less the same property this Panax has in the northeastern region. Now, why don't somebody combine both these and go for it? See, trial and error method again. You develop what ultimately need. We need a very effective product which should bring money. Why don't you do this? Some of the young scientists should take up these plants, and whether it is possible, you may be a failure is a different thing, but try and trial and error method, you will be able to develop a product at the global level. This is I always say it's a miraculous plant. Develop some baby food. Babies will be very strong, healthy, and we should develop, and at the same time we should get money. I think that's some of these things we should try to do. Yeah. Therefore, the future responsibilities of the traditional people is that number one is revitalize the traditional cultures. Now, what has happened, say for example, I will give you sacred forests. Now, sacred forests are sacred because they are protected. In fact, in Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, you may not be able to see and appreciate sacred forests because they are all small, small patches. You go to Northeast, there are miles together, huge patches. I do not have, because my talk is different. Huge forests are there. I call them as relict vegetation. Relict vegetation or living fossil community. I call them living fossil community because of abundant richness in that. 1 kilometer you survey in that area, in the sacred forest, you get 1,500 species in 1 kilometer, which is much more than the entire state of Rajasthan. What you get whole Rajasthan, you get in 1 kilometer. That is the richness. But what has happened today is, millions of years, these forests are protected because of the beliefs attached to that. What is the belief? Your ancestors are there, their Atma will come and hold you, or tiger will come and kill you. Some belief. Now today, what we have made, hey, no Atma, nothing, hey, this is all bogus. So all the tribal boys are studying in Pune, Bombay, Calcutta, all big, big places. And when they go back, they don't agree. What are you telling? Nothing will happen, because they do not have faith in the ethnic knowledge that has percolated over several generations. Now the several generations information that has percolated in this very generation is going to be abruptly cut. So it is a very sad. So therefore I always say you should revitalize. Yes, yes, tiger will come. I have seen myself, there was a tiger. Something, you should go against the science and tell them yes. Otherwise, we will lose all these sacred forests, wonderful sacred forests, which are the relict vegetation of our country. Yeah. safeguard the system, and then act as custodians of traditional knowledge. I think we should act as the custodians, as ethnobotanists, we should also act as the custodians of traditional knowledge and give them, it should not necessary that you should take everything from the tribal, give them also in terms of some royalty. Suppose you develop a product or something has come out, benefit should reach them. You cannot get, I get some 10 publication and I get a promotion of professor or reader or vice chancellor, and it is for me. What is it you are giving it to the tribal people? So therefore, we should distribute the royalty. Now to whom you will give? It is not, information does not belong to him, because information is generated over several generations. So therefore, you should, entire community, you should reward entire community in terms of develop something, schools or community halls or some such thing. So that is what the ethnobotany should take a lead in the coming decades, yes. And cross-cultural study, in fact, as I told, the cross-cultural studies totally neglected. We should do cross-cultural. But unfortunately, I don't want to blame the young people, because whenever they apply, when I go and give a talk, at least 10 projects students will submit. Sir, you told I submitted a project, it is rejected. So what can I do? So this is the problem. So the funding agencies, unfortunately, all the funding agencies, everybody, they are all ruled by elite scientists. What are elite scientists? All big molecular biologists, biotechnologists, who do not know anything of this. Who, see, there is a need to train those people that this is important. Herbarium is important, I should tell them. But unfortunately, I cannot tell them. I cannot teach vice chancellors. This is a problem. See, this is a problem, but the decision takers are these people. How do you do this? It is a big problem. But unfortunately, yes, this is the truth, that we should try to take cross-cultural studies in future, so that some prioritization, species, diabetic 5 plants, cancer 5 plants, jaundice 5 plants, you bring out, and others do. The whole country should focus on those 5 plants, because all the people are working from the consolidated fund of Government of India. So therefore, that it should go to identified species, so that after 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, a global level product should come, and that is the greatest contribution, I think, that you are doing. Yeah. I think this is the conclusion. I hope I have not taken much time, but I am once again thank Professor Ramesh for giving me this opportunity. Yes, I get very rare opportunities like this, so that I can brainwash many of the people here, so that ethnobotany is important, taxonomy is important. I got an opportunity to tell everybody. I think thank you so much. Thanks to yeah. Thanks to Madam Chairman. Yes. Yeah. Neer and battery. Yes.
Sir, I have a doubt here.
Yeah.
I am told that this Philanthus amarus, some reference was there for Philanthus neruri also. I am told that it's only available in US, not in India.
Philanthus amarus is in India.
Yeah, it is in India.
Neruri, which people thought is only American plant.
Yes, it is not there in India, is it? Okay.
What has happened? Somebody, when Linnaeus described Philanthus neruri,
Yeah.
our people thought, yeah, this is also, it looks like, this is what I am telling you. See, comparison,
Yeah.
this is so deceptive, this is amarus, and hundreds of people have included this as a neruri.
Yes, yes.
Thousands of publications have come on neruri, on a plant which does not exist in India.
Yes, only Douglas and Amaras is there in India.
Now, if they ask me, then what is my plant I worked on for 20 years, I will say, you show me the plants, I will identify and let you know. The fellow very clearly says, no, I don't have that plant, it was growing in some other campus. So without voucher specimens, they have worked on that, published, PhD, everything. So in the absence of voucher specimens, all that they have done during the last 20, 30 years is an utter waste, because valuable information on a plant which is not known.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I think we have time for another couple of questions, because the talk has been very interesting and I think it's very relevant.
Sit down, sir.
Yeah, no, it's okay, no problem.
Sir, Kutkoli. Let me thank you for your wonderful lecture, sir. It was, I heard as if my professor is talking. It is a professorial lecture, rather very informative. My concern is whatever the ethnobotanical knowledge we collect with regard to the plants and their use, etc. Is there any group or organization or institute which is making the database?
Now CSIR is doing. Now CSIR, I think quite a big progress they have made. They are doing in Delhi, and I hope they will be able to complete. But tribe-wise, they are not doing. On the whole, they are doing. But tribe-wise database is needed for comparative account.
Database.
CSIR is doing.
How about Chandrasekhar? Database for medicinal plants of India? Any information?
So that's what within the forest mapping of India. So we developed this about 3,000 species of what's called economically viable aromatic plants under the Transcriptome project. So that database came there. So that's where probably. Would you please take this so that everybody?
Let others know.
Yeah. So earlier the working PhD on mapping the Indian biodiversity, right? So that work, a lot of the mapping of the Indian biodiversity, right? Like we went to the Himalayas, deep into the forest, Arunachal even borders, dropping from the helicopter, went into the jungle. So that work has been done on that. But what is required is rewilding them. How best we can bring into the mainstream agriculture. I think I really understand I felt your pain. Why? Yeah. Agony and pain as both, sir. So that's why a lot of the money is pushing. When Bill Gates comes here, that one tell that, oh, anyone molecular scientist is sitting there, genomics is there. So they're pushing a lot of the money there, right? So really, as you really opened the concern, definitely need to be that one. You've done enough work on that, enough traditional knowledge about sitting there. But how best you can revive even Ayush ministry, right? Ayurveda, Siddha, and they put all together. So there's diluted the system. So that really, my question was that really we need your great knowledge and bring that hidden knowledge in the tribals as well as wisdom they have. How best you can take that into the database sitting there, and now identifying the niche mapping of individual plant species.
Answer I will give you. Yeah, databasing is very important. I don't deny that. It's very important. And right in Bangalore, a big scientist, rather good, I will not say big scientist, submitted a major program on species-oriented database, individual species-oriented database, and a big project was submitted to DBT, and everybody supported that except myself. I was in that committee. I said, no, I will not. The reason is, how do you know? Suppose you are developing a database of Western Ghats, not only Western Ghats, the whole country, or Andaman. How do you develop a database? How are you going to? He said is, I will take a taxonomist with me. He goes on telling the name, I write that, I don't want to collect. I said, how do you think that taxonomist is correct? So it is not until and unless you correct and keep a water specimen in the herbarium, the data is incomplete. Suppose, how do you expect a taxonomist to know everything? So if somebody asks me, this is Euphorbia hirta, neither you know nor that fellow knows, I will say, yes, hirta, oh yeah. But that may be wrong. But database will be very nice when you project it in computer. Very nicely it will be projected with things of the big scientist. But plant itself is wrong. So this is the kind of database we don't need. But really, if you want to develop a database, taxonomist has to be involved.
Definitely.
Taxonomists are not involved, but database is being prepared.
But luckily, sir, we involved the Hazra sir, the the BSI director. He was the part of this survey. He brought all the students, a lot of them involved, and collected the herbarium, because that was the most. Later, someone found that it's not.
Hazra is a taxonomist, so he knows the importance of this. So therefore, he collects this. But non-taxonomist developing a database is going to happen. This I don't want to name the scientist. He is right in Bangalore. I don't want to say, he may beat me. So therefore, this is the thing. I'm not against anybody, but I'm against the subject. You are killing the subject. This is the problem.
Yes, sir.
Without knowing, he comes a database, sir, this plant so and so is written as wall, and this fellow writes it as wallich, which is correct. He doesn't know wall and wallich are one and the same. So this is the problem.
That's right. Sir, but definitely we need your knowledge and wisdom, and that force at the age of the 81, he spoke like a just young graduate. And I think we should give the stand-up ovations to the professor. So I think that is really the wake-up call for everyone. The entire world is suffering for the true chronic diseases, right? So like diabetes and cancer, I think he has a solution sitting here in the what you call always kayak bend ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ತುಪ್ಪ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಆ ಥರ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ.
With reference to ethics of today's science is very important, because data just collection and conservation is not adequate. Data sovereignty matters. Data sovereignty matters, and then you have to give appropriate, as he said, in the value chain you must be able to recognize and incentivize them, otherwise it will be very difficult.
Because in the years of the year, they're going to the wrong data, garbage in, garbage out. That's what happening, what you mentioned there. So we need to, data sovereignty, data accuracy, authenticity is very important. I think I'm sure that is the core strength to take it up.
Yeah, and that's how you can probably, make the communities of farmers
So please be here,
prosperous
sir.
and also inclusive.
Be here for a moment.
Thank you, sir.
So we are very much thankful to having sir, and so wonderful sir, wonderful and insightful lecture we had, and you are really enlightened us with this lot of knowledge on ethnobotany, medicinal plants. Thank you very much, sir. And I request Professor Katra Shakuntala madam. Madam was former member of KSTA. I request madam to present a flower pot to Professor Raghavendra Rao sir as a token of our respect. Please accept it, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Please give a big round of applause to sir.
Who is testing?
Now I request Professor Raja Saab sir to present a flower pot to Madam Katra Shakuntala. So please, sir. Please. Thank you very much, madam, for chairing this wonderful session. So after this talk, we will go for tea break, and we will continue now itself. No, sir. After this talk. Now I request Dr. Lakshmikant sir and Professor Kalaria sir to please come on to the stage. So Kalaria sir. Yes.
Flowering PDF. Sorry, this one. Yes.
You comfortable color mic, sir? This one, sir?
Yeah. Color mic is
No, it is okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. ನೀವು ಅನಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್.
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸಿಟ್ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಟೀ ಈ ಟಾಕ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ.
ಈಗ ಊಟ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ಈಗ ಊಟ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. So, request Dr. Lakshmikant sir to please occupy the stage. So, it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Lakshmikant sir. Dr. Lakshmikant Artikote is an expert member of State Environment Impact Assessment Authority, Ministry of Environment, Government of India. Sir has served as Director of the Karnataka State Bioenergy Development Board and Vice President at Garden City Foundation. As a member of various prestigious international review boards, his expertise spans solid waste management, environmental awareness, air and water pollution, and sustainable development. Lakshmikant sir is a TEDx speaker and holds a world record for organizing a mass environmental awareness drive, engaging over more than 45,000 participants. He has also earned 7 Guinness World Records for his yoga poses. Please give a big round of applause for him. And with experience in organizing 8 international conferences, he has received multiple national and international awards for his contribution to environmental sustainability. He has also organized 8 international conferences in several other countries, which includes United Arab Emirates, Nepal, Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand and Cambodia. With this brief introduction, on behalf of all of you, my own behalf and KSTA, hearty welcome you sir for chairing this session, and also thank you for accepting the invitation to chair this session. I request you to please introduce today's speaker. Please, yeah.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. So Dr. Kuldeep Singh A. Kalaria is a senior scientist in plant physiology at ICAR, GMAPR, Anand, Gujarat. So with over 15 years of research experience, he holds a PhD in plant physiology and ecology from Navasiri Agricultural University, 2009. His research focuses on plant environment interactions, stress physiology, secondary metabolism, and molecular physiology, particularly in medicinal and aromatic plants, that is MAPS. Dr. Kalaria has completed over 12 research projects and co-developed 10 unique germplasms and 2 basil varieties. He has authored 117 publications and hold a life membership in several professional societies. His major achievements include identifying stress-tolerant genotypes in Andrographis paniculata and deciphering biosynthetic pathways in Gymnea sylvestre. His work bridges fundamental research and its practical applications in medicinal and aromatic plant improvement. I request Dr. Kuldeep sir to kindly go ahead with the presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I am very much thankful to the KSTA for inviting me and giving me such a platform to brief before you the work or the lead we are having at our directorate. I would like to give some information related to my directorate. I come from Directorate of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants Research. This is a premier institution working under the aegis of Indian Council of Agriculture Research. There are more than 117 institutions across India. And DMAPR is unique as it is exclusively working on medicinal and aromatic plants. My director already briefed about this institution, and we are working on 12 mandate crops. Kalmeg, or say Andrographis paniculata, is one of the most important mandate crop at our directorate. And my title is something unique. It is particularly focusing on a particular topic. It is not a general topic. I am going to brief before you the lead we have with respect to the ideotype. So medicinal plants are altogether different than say food grain crops or say other crops, because in medicinal plants what we need is the concentration of active ingredients. For example, for rice we will be talking about more grain yield. In wheat we are also interested to harvest more grain yield. But when it comes to medicinal plants, we will be always focusing on higher biomass or say higher active ingredient. So both together makes active ingredient yield. So for the crop improvement perspective, a person who is working in medicinal plants, he will always be focusing on say what is active ingredient yield in which particular genotype or which particular accession or the proposed variety, the active ingredient yield is higher in which one, and that will be proposed further. We are having 26 AICRP centers across India, and if any of the promising material we find, we propose it to conduct multi-location trials through across our 26 AICRP centers for at least 3 years. And based on those data only, we propose any variety for that particular region or through across the India, based on the data of 3 years across the India. We are also, I would like to inform you that we are also a dust testing center, and we have developed, our directorate has developed dust descriptors of this Andrographis paniculata, which has been adopted and has been notified by PPV and FRA, and we are authorized dust testing center at our directorate in Anand, Gujarat. So what is an ideotype? What I have already told you, it is altogether different than food grain crops. Then what is the significance of flowering in this particular crop? Before that, we will see why this plant is important medicinally. So it is an annual herb, and it is also known as king of bitters. People used to say nothing is bitter than this particular crop. That's why it is being called as king of bitter. It is very kadwa. And it is distributed across southern Indian, India and Southeastern Asian countries, including India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Myanmar. So this is geographical distribution of this particular Andrographis paniculata. It is used for say alopecia, boils, chronic and seasonal fevers and cough, diabetes, dysentery, dyspepsia. So gonorrhea. It has many roles to play in different kinds of diseases and disorders, including irregular bowel habits, jaundice, leprosy, skin disease, scabies, and even in snake bites. What Professor Rao today, just before this lecture, said that ethnobotanically. So people used to consume the entire herbage of this particular plant, okay, for the through decoction. But say on a chemistry side, it is containing terpenoids, say more than 78 ethnolabdane diterpenoids. It contains more than 40 flavonoids, rare noriroids, steroids and other compounds are there in this particular medicinal crop. Cultivation. Farmers used to cultivate this crop. It is raised through transplanting. Average 45 days of seedlings are being transplanted, and the crop is raised for 150 to 160 days. After transplanting, it is being harvested. The active ingredients, say endographloids and neo-endographloids, they are at peak at 120 days after transplanting. But what happens? At this particular stage, the farmers do not get the herbage yield. So the cultivation is not a profitable business for a farmer if he harvests it at 120 days. So he will have to wait for 150 and 160 days, and if it is being harvested at 150 and 160 days, a farmer can get around 3,500 kg of dry biomass, aerial dry biomass. Now look at the fractionation of, say, functional allocation or say biopartitioning of this endographloid. Leaves contains 3.5% endographloid, whereas stem on an average contains 0.8% endographloid content. And the entire herbage together at the time of harvest, nearly about 1.5% of endographloid is there. What is the impact of flowering on economic cultivation? Now see what happens when the plant transits from vegetative to reproductive phase. The aerial part or say the tip of the plant is transformed into inflorescence. So the plant is an indeterminate type. It becomes an indeterminate type. And the aerial biomass, what we see is actually boozy, not boozy. There is very much air spaces, just the aerial tip is elongated, and that's why the plant seems to be a bigger plant. Otherwise, the biomass is not in proportion to what we are seeing. The plant seems to be boozy, but it is not giving that much total herbage yield. So at maturity leaf, the another issue is that at maturity time, the older leaves shed, they drop down, and new leaves do not come. So what in the previous slide we see, leaves contain more than 3.5% endographloid. Stem contain only around 0.8%. So if at the time of harvest, we are harvesting the material which has lower leaf content, then but natural our total product will have low endographloid yield. So an ideotype in this particular crop will be such a crop which will have higher number of leaves or higher leaf biomass at the time of harvesting. But the actual problem is that once the flowering starts, newer leaf stops. So to overcome this particular problem, we need to have such a crop in which, such a plant in which the leaves continues to grow and the older leaves do not drop down. So this is a kind of an ideotype. This is a released variety of Vallabh Kalmeg 1, VK1, released by our own directorate, and this is an ideotype. So plant with a higher leaf content or a stay green type of plant, a plant with higher endographloid content at harvest maturity, say for example at 150 days to 160 days after transplanting. So this kind of plant will give you on an average higher and stay green type of material at harvest time. Unfortunately, what happens? Farmers used to harvest it at 160 days time, but at that time leaves, contribution from leaves comes as a lesser content. So flowering requirements in this particular crop. I have been working in this particular crop for since 2018, and my own experiment says that this particular crop requires at least 58 days after transplanting, including in addition to 45 days of nursery stage. So if you give at least 58 days after transplanting, the plant will initiate flowering. The another requirement is that growing degree days. Growing degree days requirement varies from 828 to 2428 degree days. We are having 400 accessions available at our own directorate, and this is an average data of our directorate. It is a short day plant, and it requires, it is raised in Kharif and flowers in winters, and it requires critical long dark periods. Say for example, more than 12.3 hours of dark period initiates flowering in this particular crop. So if your crop is raised in July or end of the July, it will initiate in September, around September time. As I said, dust descriptors. This particular crop has dust descriptors, and this is, see, the rachis types are dense rachis, or else it may have loose rachis. And the inflorescence is panicle type, as per dust descriptors of this particular crop. But what we have identified in 2018, one plant was there in 2018 which was not flowering at all. So we maintained that plant for up to 2013. I'm a physiologist. We tried many physiological interventions to initiate flowering. And 2022, not in 2023, in 2022, we got succeed. And we were successful in initiating flowering through one of the physiological mechanisms. And that physiological mechanism has initiated flowering. We got nearly 2,000 seeds, and those seeds were transplanted, nursery was prepared, and those seeds were transplanted in the field. But this particular type, we can see that this is not following the dust descriptors. And Ideotype, what happens? When the inflorescence is started, it actually starts from the apical tip. But in this particular crop, this behaves like an indeterminate plant. Flower comes, but on the auxiliary bud, not on the apical tip. So this results in a kind of stay green plant. This continues to produce newer leaves till 150 days, 160 days, or even 180 days. We may see that after flowering, the plant type has been changed. Nursery was prepared, and these seedlings were raised in the field conditions, on field screenings. Then what happened? We were trying to test that whether our physiological intervention was really working across these 2,000 plants or not. So we tested different mechanisms, or we tested different. We employed different mechanisms to initiate flowering in this population also. We have grown these seedlings in actinic light, and then we have transferred to the field. We have tested different chemicals. Then we tried a mechanical induction of flowering also through transferring the concept of florism transfer, and we got success in this population also. This was the first flower bud, and then the flower. But I said that on the apical tip there won't be any flower in this particular case, say non-flowering type of plant. The closer view. So this was the story, what we found, but our ultimate intention is to find out why this type of flowering habit is there in this particular plant. So we performed that, we found that there may be 2 to 3 basic reasons related to genetics, and there may be an environmental factor, say lack of appropriate photoperiod, temperature, or stress conditions. But it was not working because other plants, other 400 accessions was raised in the field conditions and they were flowering, but this particular plant, or the progeny of single plant progeny of this particular plant, was not flowering. So that was overall environmental factors. Then it may be a genetic variation, or genetic variation may be because of the silencing of FT gene or the regulatory genes involved in this particular flowering mechanisms. Then maybe epigenetic modifications also. And because of the regulatory network of say CO and FT gene expression. So to identify what the actual issue was at the molecular level, we performed a transcriptome, comparative transcriptome. And this case, in 3 biological replications, we have generated more than 111 GB data. This 111 GB data, raw data, was then transformed to, or then cleaned, and high quality data was used for say transcript predictions, and then immunogen prediction, and then CDS predictions. This was the flowchart, how we have performed our transcriptome analysis, say for comparative transcriptome analysis. And we have also identified, we have tried to identify some of the microRNAs, because microRNA 156, 157 and 172 has a great role to play in controlling flowering. This we can see that the combo assembly has the highest length, 100,000 to 5,000 base pairs, and this is the data of the assembly. And then we have predicted CDS, coding DNA sequences we have predicted, and based on this all the 9 samples, we have performed a master assembly, and this master assembly gave us 2.68 lakhs total CDS. And out of this 2.6 CDS, 2.17 CDS got hit against NR data. And this is the distribution pattern of the CDS, and we may see that 200 to 300 and 300 to 400 were the highest number of CDS available in our combo assembly data. The highest number of genes were against general function predictions only, and then signal transduction mechanisms. And all 4 protein databases were validated to confirm our protein data, and we can see that the 54,266 genes were validated through NR, Uniport, PFAM, and COG analysis. And then it was the transcriptome was compared between flowering and non-flowering plants, and we found that there were total 9.8 thousand CDS which were differentially expressed, and significant differential expression was found in 15.1 thousand CDS, out of which 7.6 were down-regulated and 7.4 were up-regulated. This is top 50 genes expression profiling. And based on this transcriptome data, we have prepared 5 putative pathways of say flowering control in Andrographis paniculata, and all these CDS we have found, and these CDS have been deposited to NCBI database. Because the central pathway or the central molecule or the central gene is FT, we have focused more on FT gene. This is the protoparam amino acid composition of FT protein. A model, in silico model has been developed for this FT protein through iTaser software. And then phylogeny tree was predicted, and the predicted protein was very much similar to the already available Andrographis paniculata FT gene, and it was very closely related to Salvia hispanica. So now we were attempting to find out say microRNAs which may have the role in masking the FT gene, so that the flowering was disturbed. At read level we tried, but we did not get any success. But at Unigene level we found 10,414 sequences representing these microRNAs. And we kept parameters that the word count should be 17, not less than 17, and the E value should be 1000, and maximum target sequence should be 100. And stringent criteria were also kept to end-to-end alignment with query length and 100% identity, 0 mismatch, 0 gap. So based on these criteria and parameters, the data were filtered, and we reported 1926 microRNAs from this 111 GB transcriptome data. And the precursor molecules, precursor structures and hairpin structures of the microRNA 156 and 172 were also predicted. And their free energy level was argumenting, what I can say that based on this free energy, we considered that these were the possible microRNAs. Their hairpin structure was also validated. These are the 2 microRNAs, 156 and 172, and as I said that 156 and 172 have already been reported their role in controlling flowering genes. So microRNA 156 expression is higher in leaves during the juvenile phase and declines after the phase shift, whereas the expression of 172 follows opposite trends in our particular data. And we found that the microRNA 172 was targeting the epithelial gene API2, whereas 156 were targeting other genes, 7 genes. And epithelial 2 is the gene which actually defines the site of meristem transformation to flowering. So this was the reason why the plant was unable to identify the apical tip to be the site of flower initiation. This is our work, and now we are working on validation of this particular aspect. So from this study, Non-flowering and a stay green type Ideotype with higher endographic yield we have identified, and we have successfully induced flowering in a non-flowering type plants. A huge transcriptome data was generated, and we have deciphered 5 putative pathways of flowering. We have reported 109 genes involvement in controlling flowering, out of which FT and Sapitella are the key players. And MI172 as well as MI156 is also playing a major role. 156 is playing a major role in masking FT gene, and which primarily seems to be the reason behind this non-flowering type behavior in this particular Ideotype. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalaria ji, for your great and very insightful presentation. So maybe we can quickly take up for 1 or 2 questions, since with the paucity of time. At least 1 question from students.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Charaita,
Yes.
but that data was not shown over here.
That was the data of that particular plant only.
No, the phytoconstituents.
Which? Like flavonoids and endographites, new endographites.
Yes,
we have shown, na?
Okay.
Leaf.
So the new Ideotype, whatever has been produced.
Yes.
This
It was the
one,
population of single plant progeny only.
Okay. So it will contain the same bioactive constituents.
Yes, same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you got already high constituent containing plant, why do you want to induce flowering in that?
Sir, because this plant is being multiplied through seedlings, seed only. Sir, that is, we cannot. Sir, now our next idea is to give seeds to our AICRP centers and conduct multi-location trials. For that, we need to have, say, number of seeds, good quantity of seeds. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That 3.5 was our on data only.
After flowering?
After flowering.
Okay. Because flowering diverts the energy and
yes.
It will
but see, sir, what happens in this particular Ideotype, there won't be huge number of flowers.
Agreed.
Only few flowers will be there on auxiliary buds, sir.
Yeah.
The entire inflorescence will not be there. So plant will seem to be an indeterminate type of plant at the age of 170 or 180 days also.
Yeah. I have another contrast question for this.
Sir.
Can you stop flowering in plants? Because in Catharantha roseus, one of the limitations for this low the windblast and crystalline content is because of flowering. Continuous flowering will be there. That is called Sadabahar. If you can stop it, limited flowering is
there.
Sir,
in that case, we may take help of some biotechnologies through CRISPR-Cas9 technologies, and we can mask that. Physiological, sir, we can test some of the growth hormones. We can promote vegetative growth, and we can retard their phase transition.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please. So thank you very much, sir, for your excellent lecture. Now I request Dr. Lakshmikant sir to present a flower pot to Kataria sir as a token of our respect and also placard. ಭರತ್ ಸರ್ದು ಪಾಟು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟಿದಲ್ಲ. Now I request Professor Dandin sir, so please present a flower pot to Dr. Lakshmikant sir as a token of our respect for chairing this session. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. Tea break, sir. Otherwise they will be so yeah. So we have last session. It is very important session. So herbal remedies for lifetime diseases. I request all of you don't miss it. It is a lot of potential and also proven scientific evidence. Please quickly have 10 minutes tea break and come back so we can start another session.
Especially for the hatcheries, we used to produce in billions of seeds, shrimp seeds. That forced us to get into a lot of field level R&Ds. You have to do some R&D and take decision on the spot. This empowered us to learn more about food and nutrition, to know more about antibiotics, diseases, prophylaxis, and also to convert healthy seedlings so that the buyers, the farmers will enjoy better end results. This time maybe has given us a lot of confidence to understand field level activities. Parallelly, I keep sharing informations in different patches, the preambles, so that at the end you can see some miracles or the end results with a problem statement and also solutions related to that. For that, some preamble is required so that you can connect a lot of aspirants here. You may take some points from me which may give you confidence in future to develop your own products or solutions or the startups what you are working on. Now, to come to another subject, my grandfather was a famous Ayurvedic doctor. He was the poorest person when it comes to financial conditions, but richest when it comes to the wisdom or the Ayurvedic treatments. And when I was a kid, he used to take me around and he used to go to forest and pick things which I was not able to understand. And I lost him when I was a kid. A lot of people used to come from various places, even from different countries, to take his medicines. At that time, jaundice was very, very crucial. There were no medicines for that, but my grandfather was very popular in that. Eventually, when I grew up, I became a graduate with modern science. During that time, I used to criticize or feel that what my granddad used to do in Udupi was now modern day, everything is just take a pill and so much of effort, and he used to store something, create his own decoctions, and lot of Ayurvedic experts used to come and meet him, and I was not thinking that it was a great science. When I grew up, eventually I started realizing that what is plant medicine all about. Today I am going to take you through a different journey which can give you the pain points of all our elders, especially Rao sir and Dandin sir. The way they shared, they carry a lot of information and wisdom, but they have a lot of pain points. I think we can address that and bring an end to that, what they meant. What they meant is, it is future of the entire global medicine. We are talking about human and earth. Personally, I am least bothered about human, because human is something which many a times I feel ashamed of. Earth is more important. Human beings are the finest creations, and they are supposed to preserve what our entire evolution has given us. Instead of that, we are goofing up and spoiling our own nature, wherein being from animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, the medicinal plants have to save us. And in future, there may be many wars for medicinal plants. Take it from me. That is the power of medicinal plants. Now, before I get into the important or my core subject or the climax of the entire journey or adventure what I have done, I need to take you through the background of me and my system. These all terminology, names or titles are given by my friends, well-wishers, and my teammates. Just as Jagdish sir rightly said, one can get into many areas or do many things if you have passion and interest. There are 5 elements in the nature. For this, you can see 5 wonderful solutions or products from my side at the end. And the name, presently I am called as so and so name in the today's context, and I am Prakash, and with whatever the resume or profile you can give. But genetically, I am one of the representative of the species which took 4.5 billion years to arrive at. So I would like to take you back to the journey of the evolution. Meanwhile, I want to connect where all it is required to connect. Why I am here today? Yes, connecting to today's subject. Yes, we can connect medicinal plants, and we are working on that, and nature and environment and complete well-being or wellness. I am here with a purpose because there are problem statements and solutions revolving around them. There are 2 problem statements. When I was traveling a lot abroad, mainly on my business trips, so many countries, I used to bring the best of the products for my family, thinking that they are the best. Whether it is skincare or soaps, shampoo, whatever it is, thinking that whatever I get best in different countries, mainly West, they are the best. When my kid was small, I used to think that I have suffered a lot and I am getting the best product to my kids. One day I realized, when I started going through all the ingredients and the synthetic chemicals in each and every FMCG product, I felt ashamed and felt that I am not adding value to my future generation. Instead, I am creating more problem to them when it comes to health. You all know, you can study each and every product, whether it is utensil care or floor, surface cleaning or fabric care, toiletries, soap, shampoo. If you go to the depth of it, I realized that this was not when I was kid or our previous generations they were using. My grandmother used to tell me what used to happen with respect to her grandmother. So the sixth generation connections helped me to understand that there was nothing called all this FMCG product. In just 30, 40, 50 years back, everything was natural one available at our own farm. This made me to think that I should think seriously about it, and I cannot continue like this. Being in urban world, I need to bring change in this. So change should happen from me. Then started working on different solution. Finally, I ended up thinking that only way I can do that is I should go back to jungle, or at least to villages, so that I can connect what we are missing from last couple of decades. We have lost what 40,000 years it took from our ancestors, we have lost in last 40 years. They took 40,000 years to build our genes with so much of struggle. And even today, Rao sir, when connected, the tribals, our genes were in tribe, in jungle. So then started thinking, where were we? 5 generation, 10 generation, 100 years, 500 years, 1000 years, kept on living in that stage. You can connect all this. You can go back to Indus civilization, or you can even go back to Ramayana, Mahabharata. You can even go back to the stage where there was no agriculture. Agriculture is the one dangerous thing humans started, because if you don't know how to make use of it, we started damaging our nature, our soil, and all the food what we are consuming. You can relate to the health, what we eat, what we drink, what we touch, what we inhale, what we smell, and all the parameters around us, all the atmospheric parameters like pH, salinity, temperature, sunlight, and volatile organic compounds, which can even connect to present day air quality index. So all these put together has formed our genes. You can keep relating these parameters to our journey. I am taking return journey now. So when I talked about 10,000 years back, you can relate the languages or the food habits and the way we used to live. My own genes, they are my own genes. We all may be sitting here, but this goes back to our Neanderthals or Denisovans or beyond that primates. You can relate to 6 million years. And beyond that, what were we? We can go back to each and every stage in the eras, connect our genes, cells, what we were. And before we became primates, we were amphibians, and that came from sea through fishes, and we were vertebrates. 65 to 70% of our genes are connected to vertebrates, fishes. And if you go back further, I realized that we were single cells. My great ancestor, grandfather was a single cell for me. When I was a single cell, everything has come from all the coding, entire coding and genes, and then multiplication has happened. I was shocked to know that it took more than 1 billion years for the single cells to convert into different creatures. They have lived single cells for billion years. It means what? They have taken so much time to produce their progeny in such a way that both vertical and horizontal expansion happens. I started studying how single cell behaves and collecting all the informations. They are one of the most intelligent creatures, wherein they know whom to recruit, means what to recruit to their body, whom to appoint to take care of them, and how to multiply. And that diversity has given rise to all the plant and animal kingdom, and cyanobacterium is the first cell which got into photosynthesis, and then that became entire plant kingdom. Means my medicinal plants are evolved from that single cell. Plant kingdom kept on dividing, experimenting, giving different variants, and whomever they created, there was a purpose that they became medicines for various other creatures. Now, every plant is a medicine. So, coming to this, why I am here today, it is to connect two problem statements. One, I have told you that I have to go back to jungle to get what I am missing in urban world. That made me to work on a solution. Finally, I felt I am successful in arriving at a solution wherein though I live in urban world, I can get best of the facilities or best of the natural things what I was missing in my comparing to forest. So that gave rise to one liquid for me, which I kept on working, and then now started using that so that I can compensate to an extent wherein I can get back what I was losing. Second problem statement is that there is one case study which is getting directly connected to today's subject as well. There is a case study which is who is having extremely abnormal parameters. What are the basic parameters whenever you go to a doctor or to get it tested? You check maybe 25, 30 different varieties. Primarily, that is whether it is lipid profile or glucose level or BP or your liver enzymes. And there is one example now. The liver enzymes, both SGPT and SGOT, both are extremes. And the cholesterol level, it is above 400. And triglycerides, it is in thousands, more than 3000, minimum is 3000. BP, it is buy one get one free, double. Then what is left? None of the parameters are not in control. And blood sugar level, it is above 600. Hope you all are able to understand, because you all working on medicinal plants, what is the purpose of medicinal plants? It is above 600. And HB1AC is above 14. So this is second case study, means second problem statement. Both are addressed. That is the thing which I am going to cover. So problem statement, there is a solution which for this particular problems, and hence I am here today with you. I am not a specialist in botany or medicinal plants, but I am the beneficiary of all the efforts done by our elders, seniors who have worked hard for decades to give best to their future generations by preserving all the knowledge of medicinal plants and trying to educate. So just to convince our two great leaders who have given us so much of information today, I would like to thank, at the same time say that nothing to worry, sir, there is solution. There is solution which what you can, you have envisaged or worked on, there is a practical solution which I am going to share now. This is my profile, which is required because you need to understand the challenges of creating a solution and the background behind that. and the person who is involved in that. So I'm part of all these companies as a initiator, founder, and director. So all are doing very well, wonderful. You can call them most successful startups. And first one is completely into fabric care. We are assisting more than 40 hospitals in Bangalore alone on day-to-day basis from last 12 years, more than 40 hotels and majority of the airlines on day-to-day basis. We are one of the best in the country when it comes to fabric care. I mean industrial laundry and recleaning business, wherein we recycle every water. Means 100% water is recycled and reused back. Maybe we may recover 85-90%. That much damage happening to our Mother Earth is prevented. We depend on solar energy, we use biodegradable detergents or substance, we work on microplastics and microfibers. They are the important parameters now to protect our environment. Second one is a miracle solution when it comes to water. It's a new generation technology which is now replacing the conventional system and which is helping us to recover and reuse complete water. You can go through all these websites, you will understand better. It is something which next 50 years we can protect and see to it that water crisis is solved in India and at the international level. And Mitomatics is a machine manufacturing company. I've become biologist, I've become manufacturing heavy duty industrial equipment, and that is again, it has a lot of features to protect nature. And FH9 Private Limited, this is the one which connects to today's subject, and also our FPO, Kapat Malleshwara, next to Kapat Gudda. And Bishop Ventures has a brand called Evolved Foods, that's completely into plant-based protein, and that is again connecting to present-day lifestyle food habits, and wonderful healthy protein. You can Google all this. These are all the brands which we have created, and the FH9 Trinch is exclusively on millet-based product, and FPO, Evolved Foods is plant-based protein. Tigrine is water recycling solution. First three are the complete fabric care brands. Mito is machine manufacturing company. The reason behind sharing all this is that these all learning and these all creations, it takes a lot of pain to take anything on business scale or entrepreneurial scale to build concepts and make it successful. Now let's come to the farm. We have our own farm. We call it Nucleus Farm. It's around 46 acres, wherein we are completely into natural farming, where that area is very close to Kapat Gudda, so a lot of medicinal plants. I am told more than 300 species and close to 90 genera are there in that place. When Hanumanji was traveling in the air, in the Parvata, what he was Sanjeevani, what he was carrying, a small portion fell there. That is how these medicinal plants have become rich in that place. That's what we were told. A lot of scientists from horticulture department have identified so many species which are unique in that place, and we want to protect that. FPO, these two are the back end, these two are the front end. That only works on all the farm related, production related activities. These two are the brands which cater to the market, both for Indian market and also global requirement. Trinch is specialized in millet. Millet is very important grain, superfood, because not only that it gives us nutrition and it gives us that ethnic native species, but it also helps a lot when it comes to nature because it consumes very less water. So Trinch is completely, you can Google all this, you will get the products and all the variants what we have developed, and Evolved Foods also you will get all the products and the way the feedback from the market. You can study all that. This has given us good exposure to complete end-to-end agri space. This is what I was referring. These are all the products. What you can see is RTC and RTE. We call them ready to cook and ready to eat. And these all are now in the market, mainly targeting global market. We started exporting them, and food is the medicine. And millets and the power of nutrition, this is what is the target. Even considering present day lifestyle where you want noodle only, pasta only, you want pancake only. Yes, in millets we have arrived at that also, so that instead of spoiling your health with the things which are not required for you, better you shift to this. It's a slow and continuous exercise, takes longer time. About medicinal plants, I don't need to give much. We have already covered. These all required for our techno-commercial feasibility, business plan working, and future plans. Just gist of that has been covered here. The problem statement, what I said, the problem statement when it comes to the nature there, all the farmers are shifting to cash crops, means commercial variants, and our soil in and around farm is getting affected. They are ignored because of the requirement. They are also helpless. They want returns. They want to take care of their families. So they are able to focus mainly on other grains which are not native in nature, and our medicinal plants or natural farming is getting affected. Farming should not be a commercial activity. Unfortunately, it has been made because farmers live out of that. So as long as it is a commercial activity, you need to have return on investment and you need to have minimum earnings. So that will force them to get into various other experiments. Though they know that we are spoiling our own soil and water, but still then they have no other go. So now I have told you the problem statements and the solutions. I have developed my own creations, and it is very simple. It is plant-based drink in the morning, sprout-based powder, and spice blend, and balance bar, revitalizing liquid. So it took 4 years for me to get this patented, and all this put together, it's my package now. Means the case study what I said you, this can bring the complete smile in the face of such case studies, so that they can go back to their fearless life. This is how it looks for you. These are all the variants. It's same thing what I said. 5 elements has inspired us to develop 5 products, 5 solutions that eventually became 5 products. Now those products are ready, which solves those 2 problem statements. One in the morning, sprout mix, spice mix, balance bar, and this Wonder Liquid. This all took, Wonder Liquid took almost 12 to 14 years. These all took 4 to 5 years. Now, in addition to, we will now simplify this. We will not get into too much technical side. According to me, I would rather say that the entire parameters or all the problem statements what I said, case study, it is no one. It is the one who now talking to you. It's me only. It's my own parameters. You are able to connect? It's my own parameters, which were, I will go back now. Now you see, how did I resolve all this? It was almost 4.5 to 5 years back. First, it started with a tinge of fear of carcinoma, acidity, acid reflux, GERD, and it was getting complicated. And then COVID happened. During COVID time, all the parameters what I said, everything was abnormal, extremely extreme numbers, which I could never hear such numbers anywhere in the world. I never came across. Even doctors wouldn't have heard. Since then, I found way to find solution wherein I did not get the reason to meet a doctor. It's almost 5 years. Make sense? So it is not just, it is a supplement. These all are supplements. You don't have to worry. These all don't have any medicinal claims, just supplements. These supplements All are easily available. I will be sharing the ingredients also, recipe also against time, so that if in case you want to do it, you can do it at home. Only thing, don't do it as a commercial activity. You can very well enjoy this. The whole global population should be, taken care. Everyone should be healthier against time, and only then we can protect our nature. If human beings are healthier, only then we can protect our nature better. So that is the only reason why I want to serve my, human race. In addition to this, these all steps will help you to completely, support the routine what I said, to cure, correction, prevention and cure. All these things are the target. We were told about prevention in the morning, and very difficult to talk about corrections because it becomes a genetic subject wherein we'll have to talk about, phenotypic, plasticity, phenotypic, changes, genotypic, elasticity. All those terms will come, and it'll end up with too much of technical depth, which I couldn't afford. I wanted immediate solution, 1 month, 2 months. I want solution for this. I want solution for this. I want to check my parameters and see to it that I am getting better. So I am responsible for my own problems. I have to find my own solution for that. Beyond that, I can go to any doctor. So these all put together, you will have to maintain the dicotyledons for the breakfast and avoiding 5 whites, maida, sugar, white milk. The desi cow done in villages, if it is consumed, it's okay, but not during this period where you want to really see the result. So, and white maida, white rice means unpolished rice is okay, and white salt, pink salt or natural salt is okay. Then consuming 1 or 2 spoons of coconut oil every day, before or after the coffee or with black coffee. Water temperature and bathroom. There is something called temperature shock, pH shock, salinity shock, diet shock. If you take it healthy way, a healthy diet shock or protein shock, there can be changes in your cells. I am working on single cell. You will have to always relate to the single cells. My body is a single cell. I am talking about my ancestor who has created and still is alive in sea, ocean. And I am only connecting to them and trying to do this. So temperature shock, when you take bath, initially you tend to leave the cold water till you get the hot water. No. Use the cold water in such a way that it starts with your belly button and it spreads to entire body. So body becomes little cold. Gradually, if in case you are taking hot water bath, that will give a temperature difference of 4 to 8 degrees all put together. That will give a good healthy temperature shock. That brings a lot of change in your body. Against time, you can see all those things. No synthetic, no shampoo, no soap. I got back to olden days, how it was. If nothing is not there, if nothing is available, then flour, that green flour, green gram flour or besan flour, that's fine. No such modern day shampoos or soaps. So avoid all the floor cleaners or surface cleaners or utensil cleaners. When you are cleaning utensils, 2 challenges. One, the media what you use has synthetic chemicals. Second one, the what you use to clean, that itself has microplastics. So microplastic and microfiber danger or the gravity of that is beyond one's imagination. It is even, I am told that even womb, baby in the womb, the amniotic fluid, is having microplastics. That is the level of the reach it has. And to avoid all those synthetic things, please focus on whichever natural. Simple walking for 30 to 40 minutes, climbing steps, 100 steps, within 100 minutes of your meal. 100 minutes of your meal, maybe 1.5 hours, you start 100 steps. Then early dinner, lunch and dinner with any grains is okay, but not polished ones, preferably so-called gluten-free, but you can even enjoy that, not an issue, but not polished one. And in the extreme scenario where the digestion problem is there or parameters are not there, that bendy okra, slitting that 2 pieces, soaking overnight, that helped me. And what to drink? Instead of just water, I always use chia seeds with hibiscus flower, dried hibiscus flower, soaked in water. Sip it, carry wherever you go, whenever it is possible. In addition to that 5 elements what I said, this has helped me to completely gain and create companies, create ventures. All these are happening. So it has to give a lot of energy to your mind, confidence to your mind. If health is back to normal, only then you can do all those things. Otherwise you don't get the confidence. So I think with this I will end the subject. The point here is that food is the medicine. Medicine, if in case it is taken with traditional thinking, then medicine is the food. If it is not taken care, then you will have to depend on medicine as food. So food is not just what we eat, food is what we eat, what we drink, what we inhale, what we smell, what we touch, and the entire volatile organic compounds. When I said jungle life, you can imagine, you can go back to jungle life, assume that 20,000 years back, your genes have lived there, you can go back. When you go back, you can see what you touch. You can imagine yourself. There are 1 million species, and plant kingdom, animal kingdom, flowers, all put together. The combination of bioenzyme, prebiotic, probiotic, bacterial load, and all the either it is living cells or dead cells, dead animals, dead plants put together, it forms its own cumulative, volatile organic compounds. So when you touch, when you inhale, these all put together, the air quality index of that forest where I am living, imaginary thing, but my cells or my genes have, not my cells, my genes have lived there. If you take those compared to present scenario, Delhi air quality index, 1, the number is high. 2nd, the quality of the air, the volatile organic compounds, particle matter 2.5 to 10, what we talk about, it is just a number, but the complexity of that, the torture what we are giving to our body, our genes, is something we should, despite all that we are able to sail through and somehow survive, we should salute that. They are so powerful, our cells are so powerful, our creators are so powerful. So if you apply this, when I said that wonder liquid, it is just 5 drops. I take it on my nose and near ears, little on forehead and my hair. Rest is applied on my legs and hands. This has given me a lot of relief. One, I am inhaling that, it lasts for a long time, so that my air is getting filtered, plus I am inhaling all the plant-based forest level ingredients. It has around 25 plus ingredients. All put together, the entire package is more than 69 ingredients. And in addition to that, it also, a parallel benefit is that it repels the mosquitoes in addition. But it is not meant for that. It is meant for all other things which I said, to connect our genes, fill the gap, what all gap is there from many generations. To recover from that, I did experiment, and I am here today in front of you sharing all these experiments. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prakash. It was a wonderful presentation. I found Prakash just not as a fisheries person, but also as a philosopher and a successful entrepreneur. So you were successful in your presentation in connecting the entrepreneurship to the environmental sustainability. Thank you so much. And this is the last session. I request a few questions from the audience. If there are any questions, yes.
The toiletries in the toiletries and bathrooms, every day we are using chemicals. Actually, how to avoid the chemicals, especially the clean home hygienic products? Because your subject is again very close to my heart, sir, actually. I am also practicing many of the daily life what you have said. But a few, I'm just, I'm in doubt.
You can name the products. You can directly name the products. See,
especially shampoos, soaps, detergents, toiletries.
You check with your grandparents. What were they using? See, when I first started using a soap, it was only one soap. What was that? Lifebuoy.
Lifebuoy.
You know, I was told that it was used for dogs in Britain. Okay, whatever it is. At the end, soap is a soap. It is a surfactant. Okay, all foaming agents. Now, before that, we were very happy shifting to that and feeling that we are becoming more advanced. Before that, what was there? We have seen all the shikakai powder or flowers being there, isn't it? So, even now there are wonderful, products which are completely from natural sources.
But the main thing comes here, the convenience of usage, especially when we use Sigakai powder or the
for that the simple answer is
the floor.
When you are attacked by someone, you work on your survival, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Here, you don't know whether your cells or your health is important. It is survival. When it comes to that, definitely if you know the importance of that, you will find a way. And also, it will save a lot of cost. It is not only for you, it is for your children, family, everyone around. If you start now, initially they will start laughing at you. Then the day they realize the importance of that, they will also get cultured. You have to take little, it is for the savings. You are not only saving your cost, you are saving the challenges in the nature. Every day there is an apartment, assume that 3,000 apartments. All these cleaning things get into the toilet and drain. Where does it go? Yes. We are really committing sin by doing all this and damaging our nature. So many chemicals getting out of each and every apartment.
Even I observe many people, many of us will go to the falls or water streams, bodies. We are using shampoos and also soaps. I have seen many people, I don't know why they are doing, that's one thing, they are throwing all these packaging materials to this nature.
Plastics and also the
that's
chemicals.
Actually, we should really take care.
See, it is someone has started, so others follow it.
Yes, sir.
And you like in the advertisement, you apply so much, get so much of foam.
Leather.
From the babies, we are grooming, educating that, and advertisements are doing their job. And if you educate them right way, I think it is possible. Yes. If you see another important thing, you must have watched. There is a series, OTT series called Squid Game. Okay, if in case you have not seen, you can go through that. Humans are the ugliest creatures.
Yes.
Okay, unless it comes to your neck, you will not change. So someone realized that it is going to cost my life, and once they realize that I am going to suffer badly, either the money or the health or losing someone. When you think of that, all these changes will happen.
So I want to mention the Tinch products, especially in the COVID time you launched. In our lab, we tested this one for dosa mix, instant dosa mix. The powders that we actually prepared dosa and we served.
Yeah, the climax for me and my team, when it comes to millet, we are always compared to other products. Millets, the climax is that we have developed fermented and dehydrated, idli and dosa batter as a powder with shelf life 10 to 12 months, and this is from activated millets.
The products were really very good, sir. Actually, we tested in our lab, and
this is something the unbelievable thing which no one can imagine. But market acceptance is different.
Yes.
So it takes very longer time. You can Google this. Nowhere you will get. First of all, fermented and dehydrated with no damage or least damage to the nutrition level, naturally or whatever best possible way, and arriving at such products for the global market. People have to spend more time in understanding. We don't want to spend money on marketing. Instead, we will spend that on R&D.
Definitely, they take more time. Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you.
Thanks for your feedback on millets.
Sir, is there any chemical using in herbal products?
No. Intentionally, or to preserve, or to get better shelf life, no chemicals used.
Are you sure 100%?
Yes, 100%.
Not your product, any herbal product?
I don't know about that. I'm only talking about mine. And I don't want to make any statement on that. See, there is one more thing. If you know more about bioenzyme, if you work more on the type of preservatives used, there are two, natural and synthetic preservatives. If you work on the water activity or microbial load, without any chemicals, there is a possibility to increase the shelf life. And inside the product, when you talk about my Wonder Liquid, it is not only preservative free, it has a mechanism. Yesterday what I have used Wonder Liquid is 5-year-old. Means 5 years it has a mechanism to preserve itself. That is how the design is, the formula is. This has got an approval from National Biodiversity Authority for my patent work, and they have consented. I forgot to mention that. So the patent is almost through.
Sir.
You have one more question, please.
Yes. Sir, while herbal product, are you using plastic materials?
Yes, for packaging.
But it is very dangerous to society.
See,
in future, not now.
There are two things to look at it. Now, when you are selling water with the bottle you are building, suddenly if you give glass bottle as against water, plastic bottle, if you keep both, there are less takers for glass bottle. I'm sure everyone will agree. I'm carrying, I'm holding, easy. Once they consume this product, they know the miracle or the solution or the result. If I tell them this, I'm changing the packaging, I'm shifting to biodegradable or other options. To do that R&D, I have to spend the amount which is required, what I have spent on the product all put together. So gradually, first let it reach, the product should reach. Then not only the packaging, the printing, we have printing which is fruit based, vegetable based printing, we are ready. Packaging also we are ready. We don't want to shift at one go. Only gradually we are doing because market requires that. For me, health is the target. Once he feels happy or she feels happy, then gradually I will shift it to that. There is a way to do the business.
Do you have possibility gradually decreasing the plastic materials?
Definitely, I hate plastics, but without plastics it is difficult to live in the urban world. Now,
is there any possibility to you decreasing the using of plastic?
Definitely, 100%. How we are shifting?
My opinion is that to further society, future society is very powerful. Therefore, we want to avoid the plastics as much as possible.
Sir, for you to say, I will give you immediately in 2 months the alternative for plastic as a solution. It is up to the market to use. One is algae based, the second one is plant based. Entire packaging, plastic packaging I will replace. Are you ready to take? I can give you a solution. It is the market Again, I said it's mindset of the people.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
No, one last question.
It is something nutraceuticals. If you have to develop or something like that, will you be able to guide us, like how to do it?
That
Since you are
definitely,
an entrepreneur.
but I did not get the complete question from your side. You said iron deficiency.
Yes.
You want to address the iron deficiency, or you want to develop the bar? What is
We
your?
want to develop a bar which contains all the different seeds which contains the iron.
Already developed now. Why do you want to develop again?
So like that we have many other nutraceuticals. So which-
Nutraceuticals are okay. I got your
So,
point.
yeah.
What I would like to say is that yes. First answer is yes.
Hmm.
Definitely, it is divine work, and all the best for that.
Thank you.
Anytime ready to assist on that.
Thank you so much.
Opportunity to thank the presenter Prakash KV, and also I thank the KSTA for giving me an opportunity to chair the chair.
So first of all, thank you very much, Prakash sir, for your wonderful lecture. You gave live example of you, how you are really, made a solution to your problem, and this is really amazing. Thank you, sir, for your health, and we will really, so say good luck to your wonderful future endeavor, and so I request Sir Jagdish sir to please present a flower pot to K. Prakash sir as a token of respect. Thank you very much, sir, once again for your excellent talk. Now I request our CEO Dr. A.M. Ramesh sir to present a flower pot to Dr. Jagdish sir to chair this session. Thank you so much, sir, for chairing this session and also accepting our invitation to chair this session. Thank you, sir. So tomorrow session will be start at 10 o'clock. I request all of you please come by here around 8:45 or 9. You can have breakfast here and you can start directly to the lecture. Tomorrow evening we have a cultural program, informal. So you can also participate and you can have dinner and go. So 1 hour cultural program. And one more request, those who are coming seriously, and if you are really missing 1 or 2 classes, don't request us for the certificate, so we won't give. So please, this is 200% we are telling. Please make sure you attend all the classes. And thank you, and I wish you all safe journey.
Sir.
Thank you.
So those who are staying in our guest house, please have dinner at before 9 o'clock. Okay. If you go outside, please come to our guest house before 10. Thank you. 10. It will start at 10 o'clock.